All righty. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Um, good morning to everybody who's joining us on YouTube. In the interest of time, I will go ahead and introduce the board of directors. All right. So we have myself. My name is Derek Summers. I am the chair. Kevin Cloutier is the vice chair. We also have with us Omar Farouk, a government appointee. Paul Imola, a elected member. Peggy Judge, a government appointee. Stephen Kinsella, a government appointee. Alicia Munion, government appointee. Tanya Namabin, an elected member. Carlos Pacheco, an elected member. Regina Sabzinska, an elected member. Rob Vesna, also an elected member. We have regrets today from Samir Modhira, an elected member, and Paul Wilk, a government appointee. As far as the administrative staff, we have Fazal Khan, our registrar and CEO. We have Amy Stein, our deputy registrar. We have Fiza Assad from Accounting and Human Resources joining us. We have Carolyn Robertson, manager of communications and executive office. And we have a Blessing Adebimpe, our new staff accountant. So welcome everybody. And it's nice to see all those happy smiling faces on a Saturday morning or a Monday morning. What day am I on? All right, so we're going to go ahead and start with the land acknowledgement. The College of Opticians of Ontario operates on the traditional lands of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. This College of Opticians acknowledges and respects that these lands are now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people who continue to experience the impact of colonization. The College of Opticians also acknowledges that Toronto was covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. With utmost respect and humility, we at the College of Opticians are grateful to live and work on these lands and are committed to educating ourselves in areas of cultural safety and humility in the delivery of equitable healthcare in Ontario. Okay, so welcome everyone. Note for registrants joining us on the YouTube, you are welcome to put this as self-directed CE hours. And I am now going to hand off the meeting to our facilitator, Karen.
Okay,
Karen,
great.
I forgot to introduce you in my introductions.
That's okay. I need no introduction. Welcome, everyone. Happy to be here again. A couple of housekeeping items before we get started. Just a quick reminder of the norms. Let's keep ourselves on mute unless or until we're going to speak. And attendees will be using the raise hand tool in Zoom, so to get onto the speakers list. And we will use a consensus building process when we need to collaborate on more complex decision making. So we're going to move now on to the conflict of interest declaration. Derek, back to you.
Thank you, Karen. So, that time of the morning, does anybody have any conflicts to declare? I will take, shaking of heads, nodding of heads, whatever we need. I'm seeing a whole lot of shaking of heads. So I think we are good. We'll move on. Karen?
Wonderful. We're going to move to the adoption of the agenda. Derek?
Perfect. Thank you. So everybody's had an opportunity to read and review the agenda. And are there any amendments that anybody would like to make to the agenda? Seeing no head movements. Okay. So would someone like to make me a motion to approve the agenda? I see Tanya, seconded. I see Stephen. Are you good with seconding that? Perfect. All right. So all in favor of that? See the hand? Perfect. Everybody's hands up. Okay. So that passes.
Wonderful. So we'll now move on to the meetings of the June 3rd meeting. And Derek, please take us through the approval of those.
All right. So anybody have any amendments or changes they need to make to those minutes after reviewing them? Seeing none. All right. Can I have somebody make a motion to approve those minutes? Kevin, seconded by Georgina. You're good with that? All in favor? Excellent. That passes.
All right, wonderful. So now we're going to move on to the board financial reports, and I will let Fiza Assad, Manager of Finance and Human Resources, take over for that piece. Fiza, over to you.
Thanks so much, Karen. All right, I'll just get my screen up here. And as usual, if anyone needs me to zoom in any further, please let me know. I'll be happy to do that. So we'll jump right into it. Our variance report for this period is showing the financials as of June 30th, 2024. And just a reminder that these are our unaudited figures. So the total revenue for this period is $3,581,250, and we are just 1% under budget here. A few notes about the revenue. Optician revenue, as you'll notice, we are trending above budget by 4%. Just one point that I wanted to bring up here is that when we budget for optician revenue, we are conservatively budgeting. So we usually do budget with a little bit of a buffer, budgeting under about 4 or 5% anyways. So this does not mean necessarily that maybe we've had more new registrants or renewals than expected, but this is actually trending well in line with what we've expected for the year. The other line I want to draw attention to is number 5, interest and investment income. So we are currently 69% under budget. However, we will be having quite a bit of our GIC income maturing in October of 2024. So just next month, and then that income will be reflected in the next variance report. Are there any questions about revenue before we move forward? And I do apologize because everyone's on a tiny icon on the side. So if
Rob?
Yes.
Go ahead, Rob.
Go ahead, Rob.
Can you, do you have a reason why the student intern revenue is down 50% over the same period for last year? I'm just curious. That just seems like a lot.
So the student intern revenue, we just had more activity last year, and that it's just a matter of the timing of when the income was realized.
I believe it has to do with the timing of the exams to some extent. And when those shift around, we do get registrations happening sometimes in a different quarter.
Alrighty, anyone else for revenue before we move forward? All right, not seeing any. So moving on to board and committee expenses. So we are currently sitting at $70,090 and about 51% under budget. As we've kind of mentioned in all the meetings previously, every time we get to this section, these are not the actual numbers that may necessarily reflect the activity that has been going on until June 30th. Expenses are recorded as they are received by the accounting department, by the board and committee members. So we are actually currently still receiving expenses for Q2. So as we get closer towards the end of the year, these numbers will reflect the actual amounts. This is just indicative of what we have so far. Are there any questions about board and committee expenses before we move forward? All right, not seeing any. All right, finally, moving on to operations and administration. So we are currently at $1,550,017 and 54% under budget. Sorry about that. So just a few lines to draw your attention to. So database is currently at 127,430, and we are currently, as of June 30th, 20% under budget. However, we are expected to be trending above budget by the end of the year. We are anticipating another at least $30,000 coming in for Q4. This is just due to the fact that some of our projects have required a bit of an expanded scope. When we budget for these projects, we are using our best estimate based on what our vendors providing us, the information our vendors providing us with, in terms of the hours and the resources required to complete these projects. Sometimes as the work starts, there are little hiccups along the way, additional resources are required. And one thing I did want to flag is some of these projects are very much related to our registration process. And these are things that are necessary upgrades that we need to be making, but they will not necessarily be replicated in future years until we decide to revamp the system again. And then going down to the investigator line, 27, we are currently at $89,464 and 38% above budget. So again, this is something that we've discussed in previous years as well. When we are budgeting for our investigator costs, it is very hard to determine the number of investigations for the upcoming year and the nature of the investigations. And it's the nature of the investigations that usually drives a lot of these investigation costs. So to date, we do have, so one cost driver here that is unaccounted for is the fact that we had about just under $12,000 incurred in 2023, but it was not invoiced by the vendor until March of this year, well after we had closed the previous year's books. So that was something that was an unexpected cost that we had to add to this line. Additionally, we have had quite a few investigations that have required external investigators for things relating to insurance fraud, sexual abuse, fraud investigations, and these are things that require a bit of additional external resources. Again, these trends are taken into account when we are budgeting for the new year. So if we know that we're currently working on an investigation which has required these additional resources and it may lead into the new year, we will absolutely take that into account when budgeting for 2025. And for QA at the bottom here, line 29.
Sorry, just want to flag. I think
Sure.
Peggy's got her hand up.
For sure. Peggy, go ahead.
It's just a question about the amount that was billed in 2024, but it was for 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Did 2023 come in under budget
A little bit, yeah.
by that amount, or
I will have to pull up the previous report. I don't have it right on hand, but it was under budget for 2023.
right? But I guess what I'm asking is by 2,000 or by approximately the amount that had been deferred or more.
I think it may have been actually a little more than 12, because we didn't receive this invoice and we had over budgeted last year anyways because we had high numbers in 2022. So I think we had quite a bit of room there.
Okay, thank you. You don't need to look it up. It's fine.
Robert.
So this is pretty good. I know we don't want a million columns on there. We've got total revenue in number 2. Could we have a total expense between 6 and 7, just so we can get a quick look at the monetary health and overview? I understand it's not exact, but I kind of have to add up all the columns, and it's really complicated.
Sure, Rob. So what kind of a column are you asking for?
Well, we've got total revenue, total expenses. So an addition of 7 through 32.
Zal, do you want to have something you want to add to that?
Yeah, like I think let's take that request back to the finance committee.
Mhm.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you, Rob. Fizza, if you'd like to continue.
Yeah, for sure. So my final line here was the QA program costs. We are currently 94% under budget as of June 30th. However, assessments were ramped up over the summer and quite a few invoices have come in at the end of Q3. So these will be reflected in the next variance report. Are there any additional questions about operation and administration expenses?
Not seeing any hands.
All right.
Okay.
Looking good. Then I will pass this back over to Derek for the motion.
Thank you, Fizza. Wonderful work as always, and I love the fact that our
Thank you.
board is on point and picking at the things, which is what we're exactly here for. So thank you for the good discussions, guys, and the things that you noticed. May I have a motion to approve the financial variance report? Regina, I see you. Could I have a seconder? Kevin, I see you. All in favor of that? Can I get a show of hands for everybody? Perfect. All right. So that's unanimous, and that passes as well. Karen?
Wonderful. So now we're going to move to the appointment of the auditor. So Ms. Assad, that's back to you.
All right, wonderful. Thanks, Karen. Okay, so this is again going to be a very short and sweet update here. So As you all know, after the June board meeting, the executive committee, in their capacity as the finance committee, completed the auditor assessment tool, which was completed via surveys by the administrative team and the executive committee. And we focused on audit quality indicators such as the auditor's independence and objectivity, their level of professional skepticism, the quality of their engagement team overall, communications with the board and staff, and the overall quality of service that we received. So after doing a deep dive into our findings, we met at the September executive meeting, and the executive committee agreed that there was sufficient information to come to a conclusion and recommend that the auditor be reappointed for the next year's fiscal audit. And then I guess I'll pass this over to Derek for the official motion on that.
Great. I see Rob's hand raised. Rob, is that from earlier or is that new?
Sorry, is there a reason that we don't do this for more than 1 year? It's just we do it every year. We've always gone with the same people. So you've got to balance diligence and how easy it is to do. But is there a reason why we don't do this for more than 1 year? Is it customary only to do it for 1 year?
Yeah, so our process is to only do the review for the fiscal year that we're in. Just because the information is fresh, we want to review the current audit team that we're working with. The audit team does tend to change year to year. For example, between 2022 and 2023, we had a very different team. So the review that we completed was actually very differently. We had very different results based on the capabilities of the incoming team. So it is good to kind of keep it a bit shorter and not necessarily approve them for a few years at a time, because we want to make sure that the team that we're assessing is the most recent team who's going to be likely working on the next fiscal year, if that makes sense.
If I may, I also think it gives us a good opportunity, Rob, to provide them feedback if we, because when we look at those results of that survey, we can come back to them and say, okay, we're concerned about this, and it gives them a little bit of more, it makes us consciously look at it.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Derek?
All right, so I'd like somebody to make the motion to approve Raul Gayet as the auditor for 2024, please. Gregina, I see you. Stephen, you be my seconder. All in favor? Perfect, thank you, that passes.
Wonderful. Now we're going to move on to the board policy review. And for that, Elliot Borens, Chair of Governance, will present. Do we have Elliot with us?
That is an excellent question. Okay. Asset protection. Okay.
I think we're running a bit ahead of schedule.
Okay.
So Elliot wasn't going to be due for a little while. So we can reach out to him and try and see if we can get him online. I'm just wondering if there's perhaps an option in the meantime.
We're about 30 minutes ahead.
20-ish? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to move my monitoring reports up?
Yeah.
Because I was going to suggest if
Oh, Elliot's in the waiting room.
Oh, perfect.
Bring him in.
Look how responsive he is.
And if he's not responsive as well, we can always jump to the next item, which is the board terms of a reference policy with Tanya if she's ready to go.
Okay, I think we've got Elliot geared up and Sarah, the manager, backing up. Elliot, thanks for jumping on. Yep, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we could do the other segment first, I'm just not quite situated yet, if that's okay.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
Did you want to do the monitoring reports, Fazal?
Sorry, cut myself off there. Derek, you were mentioning going to 6.0.
Yeah, 6.0 is the board terms of reference. It's a 15-minute, and Tanya nodded when I asked if she was ready to go. So why don't we jump into that, get it taken care of, just so we can keep some cohesion.
Some
is really
semblance of
important.
order.
So Tanya?
Good morning, everyone. So I'm presenting our board terms of reference policy monitoring report today. So in May 2018, the board approved the board terms of reference policy 4-03. The purpose of this policy is to outline the board's composition, accountability, role, authorities, and responsibility. Monitoring important policies confirms the board is fulfilling its duties and responsibilities in the appropriate process are in place. Hopefully everyone's have reviewed the monitoring report that is attached in Appendix A. This report covers the period from October 2022 to September 2024. A copy of the policy is attached at Appendix B. There are 12 policy criteria which outline what the board is responsible for. I'm going to run through how the board has met these criteria. So for criteria number 1, this is evident by the fact that the board was well informed when making changes to meet the new registration regulation. For example, the board approved the currency of practice policy in June 2023 in anticipation of the new regulation being approved by the Ontario government. So in conclusion, I've indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. So for criteria number 2, the board has met its responsibilities as evident by its approval of the amendments to the college's bylaws and committee terms of reference policy. For example, the board approved amendments to the bylaws in December 2022 to reduce the overlap between the board and its committees. So for this, I've indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. Then for criteria 3, I believe the board has met its expectations as the governance committee is in place to help develop policies. The board also monitors a number of policies on a quarterly basis in line with the board monitoring schedule in the policy governance manual. So in conclusion, I have indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. So moving on to criteria number 4, this is evident by the fact that the board held a strategic planning session and has approved a strategic plan for the upcoming 3-year period. The board also monitors the implementation of the plan with quarterly monitoring reports presented by the register at our board meeting. The board also receives strategic agenda work plan updates annually and at mid-year, which are color-coded, which allows the board to see what areas of the plan have been achieved, moved, and are in progress. So for this, I've indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. In criteria number 5, the board has met its role as it approves the annual budget at our December meeting. It approved audited financial statements and monitors the accounting firm's audit. The executive committee has also performed an auditor assessment tool when deciding to reappoint the auditor. In conclusion, I have indicated that the compliance was fully achieved. For criteria number 6, I believe the board has met its role as per the delegation of the register CEO policy. The board is also updated on the college's strategic plan by the register with quarterly reports throughout the year. I have therefore indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. So for criteria number 7, I believe that the board has met its responsibilities as per the governance approach policy. An example of this, board's approval of the budget and strategic plan and the registrar being able to implement this without interference from the board. For this, I've indicated that the compliance has been fully achieved. Also, if anyone has questions, just stop me. I know I'm kind of motoring along through this here. So for criteria number 8, I believe the board has fulfilled this as it established a performance evaluation subcommittee that annually reviews the CEO's performance. The board who receives quarterly monitoring reports from the CEO, which kept the board abreast of the registrar's performance. In conclusion, I've indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. For criteria policy number 9, I believe this is evident by the fact that the briefing notes to the board take into account public interest considerations and the fact that the board has engaged in continued DEI training. I've therefore indicated that the compliance has been fully achieved. In criteria number 10, this is evident by the fact that the board has maintained 7 statutory committees and 3 non-statutory committees. I believe that the board has shown its fluidness and adaptability in establishing the screening committee and approving the pre-election, pre-appointment screening policy in 2022. In conclusion, I've indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. Almost done here, everyone. For criteria number 11, this is evident by the fact that the board established a screening interview process to ensure qualified individuals are considered for new members. It is also evidenced by the fact that the board has maintained and increased the number of professional and public appointed members to enlarge the pool of different viewpoints. The board has also made changes to reduce overlap and provide balance and efficiency between the board and the committees. And so for this criteria, I have indicated that compliance has been fully achieved. And lastly, for criteria 12, this is evident by the fact that the board has consistently been provided with reports from all committees for review at the obligated timeframe. So I have indicated that this compliance has been fully achieved. So I'll pass back over to Karen. If there's any questions or discussion.
Yeah, so hands up if anyone has any questions. I'm not seeing any hands. Let's just confirm, are there any action items coming out of this monitoring report?
I don't see that there's any, but I'll throw it to the rest of the board to see if anyone else thinks there's any.
Anyone else? Steve.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Tanya, great job on the report. I know for completing these reports, it's very time consuming going through all the documentation, but thank you very much for stepping up and doing this for the board.
Well, thank you, Stephen, but I also have to thank Sarah because she was very helpful in taking my ideas and making them sound more fluid, I think, than maybe how I had written it.
Wonderful. Anything else? All right, so I think we're good to move on then. So let's go back to Elliot. Elliot, are you ready to do your presentations?
Yep.
Wonderful. So let me just get my agenda back to the right spot.
I just want to give a tiny bit of a disclaimer. The internet here at home for some reason is not cooperating so well. So if I cut out, I'll do my best to come back in.
Okay. Elliot, sometimes if you turn your camera off, as much as we love
Yeah,
to
I think I'm gonna,
that will help
I'm
with
gonna do
the
that, yeah.
connection. Yeah. All right. So Elliot, you can proceed with the board policy review.
Yep. So, as you may recall, the policy governance manual has a number of policies, and one of the responsibilities of the governance committee is to regularly review these policies according to the review schedule. At each board meeting, the governance committee brings forward policies that are up for scheduled content review as per the schedule. This quarter, there are 4 policies that are up for review: the Asset Protection Policy, Patient Relations Committee Terms of Reference and Mandate Policy, Inquiries, Complaints, and Report Committee Terms of Reference and Mandate Policy, and Pre-Election Training Module Policy. So, the first policy we're going to look at is the asset protection, and this policy is designed to put in place executive boundaries and risk tolerances related to the organization's assets and physical property. This ensures the COO's assets are protected adequately. And maintained and not inappropriately placed at risk or failed to be maximized. This policy was first approved in 2018 and last reviewed in October of 21. Minor amendments are proposed to this policy to ensure consistency with existing board policies. A reference to the intellectual property policy has been removed as this policy relates to ownership of work products created by directors and appointed committee members, which is not really relevant to Section 6. The proposed amendments do not change any of the substantive content.
All right. Are there any questions related to the asset protection policy? Proposed changes. I'm not seeing any hands, so Elliot, I think you can proceed.
Okay. So, do we have consensus on this one?
So Elliot, what we're
Yeah.
going to, yeah, so I'm gonna do the motions at the end of this whole package of them, okay, Elliot?
Gotcha. Okay, so we're gonna turn to the Patient Relations Committee Terms of Reference and Mandate Policy. And this policy is designed to outline the composition, authority, and accountability and responsibilities of the Patient Relations Committee. This policy was first approved in 2012 and last reviewed in 2022 December. Minor grammatical amendments have been made to ensure consistency with existing board policies and to align with the Health Professions Procedural Code at point 5 of the policy. The proposed amendments do not change any of the substantive content of the policy.
All right, any questions with respect to the proposed changes for the patient relations terms of reference? Not seeing any hands, Elliot?
Okay, so next we're going to go to the ICRC Terms of Reference and Mandate Policy. This policy is designed to outline the composition, authority, and accountability and responsibilities of the ICRC. This policy was first approved in 2012, last reviewed in December 22. Minor grammatical amendments have been made to ensure consistency with board policy.
Any questions with respect to the IRC terms of reference mandate? Not seeing any hands, Elliot?
Okay. And finally, we are going to look at the pre-election training module policy. It sets out the process for the board to follow when approving pre-election training modules on an annual basis. The policy was first approved in 2020 and last reviewed in May 2022. No updates are being proposed for the policy at this time. Everything remains relevant.
Okay, wonderful. So just to let everyone know, the public interest consideration identified by the committee was that reviewing the content of these policies ensures that the policies are consistent and effective, and that the college is up to date with regulations, technology, and regulatory best practices. Does anyone have anything to add with respect to the public interest consideration? Okay. So in terms of the risk management considerations, regularly reviewing the content of governance policies to ensure that they remain relevant and continue to serve the board's needs and strategic objectives aligns with the COO strategic plan and helps to mitigate organizational risk. Does everyone agree with the risk management considerations identified by the committee? Rather, should I say, does anyone disagree, or are there any other points or considerations that anyone would like to identify? Not seeing any hands. So thirdly, the governance committee did not identify any concerns from a DEI standpoint relating to these policies. But does anyone else have any DEI considerations they would like to put forward? Any further questions before we move? Okay, I think, Derek, you are good to go with your motions. You're on mute.
4 years of this and you'd think I'd finally figure that out. But anyway, thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. So as I mentioned, we're going to do all 4 of them now, but we're not going to do them together. They're going to be separate motions, okay? So if I can get someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed amendments to the asset protection policy as recommended by the governance committee. I see Tanya and I'm going to see Paul as my seconder. All in favor? Show me those hands. Perfect. That passes. Moving on to the second one, I need someone to make me a motion that the board approve amendments to the patient relations terms of reference and mandate policy as recommended by the governance committee. I see Omar and I see Regina as my seconder, and all in favor. Perfect, that passes. Okay, asking for a motion that the board approve the proposed amendments to the ICRC terms of reference as recommended by the governance committee. May I have a motioner? Alicia, I see you. Kevin, you're my seconder. All in favor? Rob, give me a hand. Thank you. Or don't really, but whichever. The final one, that the board approve the status quo for the pre-election training module policy as recommended by the governance committee. May I have someone make that motion? Tanya's making it. Alicia seconding it. All in favor? Nicely done, and thank you. And Elliot, thank you, and to your committee for the thorough and great work as always. It is appreciated. Karen, can I hand that off to you?
Yes, we'll go right back to Elliot with the adjustments to the bylaws regarding elections and voter eligibility.
Yep. So, as you'll remember from the previous board meeting, with the introduction of the new inactive class of registration, it is necessary for the board to consider whether registrants in this class should be eligible to run for election, to vote in board elections, or be appointed as an appointed committee member. At its June meeting, the board discussed the issue and agreed that it was important to seek some feedback from registrants and other stakeholders before a decision could be reached on this. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. Now, the consultation was open for 60 days and received a total of 171 responses, which represents 5.1% of the college membership. A summary of the survey results, together with comments received, is attached at Appendix B. So, the governance committee discussed this feedback at its most recent meeting and considered 3 separate questions on whether registrants in the new inactive class should be able to run for election as a member of the College of Opticians of Ontario Board of Directors, vote in COO board elections, and 3, be appointed as an appointed committee member. When considering these questions, the committee discussed how one rule for each question must be applied to all inactive members, and that it is not possible to determine eligibility on an individual or case-by-case basis. So I'm going to start with the first question on election. Looking at the consultation feedback received, it's important to note that only 23 respondents chose to answer this question, which the committee took into consideration when reviewing results. 16 of the 23 who answered agreed that those in the inactive class should be eligible to run for election. When discussing this question, the committee acknowledged that the professional members of the board bring expertise about the practice of opticianry and an understanding of today's realities into their decision-making. With this in mind, the committee noted that as the field is changing rapidly, it is important that those professional members sitting on the board are practicing and therefore up to date with changes within the profession. The committee was of the view that this outweighs concerns about excluding a group of individuals from eligibility. Although the committee appreciated that the feedback was in favor of allowing the inactive members to run for election, it's noted it did not align with the college's mandate of protecting the public. The committee also acknowledged that due to the low engagement of this question, the results received were of limited statistical value. So, the committee is therefore recommending that the board, that only registrants holding a certificate of registration as a registered optician should be eligible for election to the board. This would therefore exclude those holding a certificate in the new inactive class.
Does anyone have any questions so far?
You, Rob?
Just out of curiosity, there's no time limit, so if somebody's inactive as of 3 months ago, they're probably still current. Did you guys look at that at all, or just to be more problematic?
We did, however, this falls into the problem of case by case basis because there's so many specifics and so many independent things surrounding this that if we were to set time limits, we could then set other conditions and then other conditions and other conditions, and then we would just get buried in a list of these conditions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Elliot, did you want to continue?
Yep. Okay. So we're going to do all the motions at the same time again, right?
Yeah, we'll look at them one by one once you've presented the full
All of
note.
them. Okay, great. So let's move on to the second question on voting. Looking at the consultation feedback received in the committee, that the majority of those who answered, 52.2, agreed that registrants in the inactive class should be eligible to vote when considering this question. The committee noted that as inactive members are required to renew their registration annually and pay a reduced membership fee, this could indicate that they're still engaged to some extent in the profession. The committee also noted that as inactive members could return back to practice after a short period of time, they could be impacted by the decisions made by those elected. In terms of the public interest considerations, the committee is of the opinion that allowing inactive members to vote would not significantly impact the public interest, as they would not be the decision makers themselves. So, the committee is therefore recommending to the board that the bylaws should be amended to permit registrants holding a certificate of registration in the inactive class to vote in the COO board elections.
Any questions on that, everybody? All right, not seeing any hands, Elliot, so I think we're probably safe to move on to your next point.
Okay. So, moving on to the last one is finally we'll move on to the third question of appointment. Looking at the consultation feedback, we received, the committee noted that respondents were more split on this, with 39.4 agreeing that registrants in the inactive class should be eligible for appointment as an appointed committee member, and 47.5 disagreeing with this. When considering this question, the committee acknowledged that the committees are composed of both public and professional members. The committee felt that there was a strong rationale that those professional members sitting on the committees should be actively practicing to ensure that they are being up-to-date with up-to-date expertise and are in good position to identify issues and concerns that could impact the public. The committee was of the view that this outweighs the concerns about excluding a group of individuals from eligibility. Therefore, the committee is recommending to the board that only registrants holding a certificate of registration as a registered optician should be eligible for appointment as an appointed committee member.
I see Peggy has her hand up, Elliot.
Okay, just give me 1 second to swap screens. Okay, Peggy.
Just a question. Somebody who's inactive could request to be an appointed member as a public appointed member?
I would assume, not as an optician, just as a public member.
Correct.
I would. We
Versus they're
didn't.
just out, and then of course I've got to ask the question of, and then what happens when they become registered again? Because you're trying to balance public appointees to committees and RO appointees to committees, correct?
Let's
Yeah.
let Amy break in here. I think she probably has some information on this.
Yeah.
Yes, just to clarify, so based on what the committee's recommendation, if you hold a certificate of registration as an inactive registrant, you're still a registrant of the college. So you would not be eligible for appointment as a public appointee. The public appointees are only individuals who are not registrants of the college in any capacity. What the committee is putting forward is that essentially this group will not be eligible for appointment as an optician and will also not be eligible for appointment in the public sphere, because that is typically reserved for that perspective of a non-registrant to bring that perspective to the committee. So they would not be eligible for either based on this recommendation.
So I have to say to that, I find that restrictive, and you're potentially losing the perspective. And there may be value to the perspective of somebody who's inactive, depending what the reasons for being inactive are.
So
On that.
we do understand that this condition could exist. However, as Amy had outlined, you can't be both in the college and not at the same time.
Okay. So thank you for that. Now,
Sorry,
you had- you had a
Derek.
second question?
Sorry, sorry. I'm sorry, Amy, if I paraphrased you incorrectly.
No, not at all. I was just hoping to just expand just a little bit based on some of the discussions the committee was having, because I think to your point, Peggy, this was precisely the tension that the committee was looking at, right? It's not to say that there's that the value that this group of people could bring would not be valid or useful. It was balancing the interest against the purpose that these various appointments are looking to serve. So on committees, the goal, and especially by including the public perspective amongst committee members, is to balance the viewpoint of people who are actively in the profession against people who are completely separate from the profession, and therefore bringing the public perspective, more of the patient perspective, to the table. So the committee felt that this struck the balance because in order to make sure that the committee members from the optician perspective have that knowledge that's up to date, they felt it was important to reserve that for registrants holding an active certificate. And then it was acknowledged that the public perspective is really about bringing that patient perspective, not necessarily someone who's kind of in that middle zone. So that was the rationale that the committee came to when putting forward this recommendation.
Where do retirees fit into this?
So that depends, Peggy, on the decision that they make when they retire with their license. People who retire from the profession may decide to stay in the inactive class for a period if there's a chance that they might want to come back at some point in the future. Other people who are retired might choose to resign from the profession entirely, in which case they're no longer a registrant and they would meet the criteria to apply as an appointed committee member, non-optician.
By legalities, but by reality, they have that whole perspective of an optician, which they will never forget. Well, we hope if they're on a committee, they haven't forgotten 40 years or whatever they were an optician. So I find that a little bit of a words versus in practice, what are you really getting? Because in practice, you're really getting an optician.
So at that point, Peggy, it is up to the board to decide who to bring on as appointed committee members. So just because someone is eligible doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be selected. The selection can take place based on things like what perspectives the college is hoping to bring to committees.
Then I might suggest that maybe the same thing should apply to the people who are in the inactive class on a more temporary basis.
Okay. Thank you for that perspective. I think we want to move on. We have some other hands up. I want to make sure we get to those folks as well. Tanya?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the work that the governance committee did on this. I'm sure that there was a lot of, as I can even see in this discussion here, that it was probably a really hard direction to make a decision on. But I appreciate that you kind of really focused on the public interest and making sure we're making best decisions. And it's hard because, as you said, there's always those cases of like, this person went off for only like 3 months and they could come back. But when we have to make those big rules that kind of apply to everyone, I appreciate the good work that you did on this. That's all.
Thank you, Tanya. Gregina?
I just want to add to what Tanya said. Well, was very, very good and thorough analysis of survey results by government's committee. So bravo for this.
Thank you, Gregina. And Kevin?
Sorry about that. Can somebody answer, is this briefing note going to be registrant facing? Will they see this note? Hello?
Sorry. So the briefing note in the package on this one, this is inactive class eligibility.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be in the public package.
So they will see it. It's just, my question is, I wonder if there should be an added explanation on why the committee voted against what the survey said on point number 1, as that is well explained about the statistical irrelevance. Sorry, just because it doesn't look good that we didn't follow what our registrants are saying, and then the preceding point that we did. So I just think that should be clarified, possibly a bit better.
Yeah, you know what, we could look at updating the briefing note a little bit. Definitely, we always take into account the registrant perspective, but at the same time, with our mandate being public protection, there are going to be times where we're not going to go with the popular vote. But I agree with you, Kevin. Giving rationale as to why we deviated is a good practice.
The reasons are make sense. It's just I think it should be explained.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For sure.
Yeah, I think, Kevin, the committee did try to capture that in the public interest considerations section of the briefing note. And certainly, before we move to a motion on any of this, I know that there's an opportunity to also add in any other considerations that anyone on the board would like to include before concluding the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Peggy, is this a new comment?
Just a new thought about we've got these 4 categories that we're working through, and the comment of you can't look at somebody who's inactive, for whether they can run for election, but by whether that they've been inactive for 3 months or 5 years. And I get that, but when we're talking about the appointees, it is a personalized process. And therefore, maybe we don't need to have that restriction that they can't be appointed because of that personalization of what does that specific person bring to the table.
Sorry, I'm going to ask for a little clarification on that, because as it stands, they can't be appointed. Like, as the recommendation was made that they can't be appointed.
Right, and I guess I'm arguing for they should be because the criteria of you can't assess which sort of category they're in kind of doesn't apply because they're being looked at individually anyway.
Well, we know what category they're in. The inactive category. They voluntarily put themselves.
Maybe I shouldn't use the word category. You're looking at them as an individual person and what they bring to the table. So,
you mean during the screening you're going to have to take us back one more step, please.
So some of the rationale for your earlier points is when you're trying to figure out whether somebody can run for election or not run for election, you're saying we cannot go through everybody individually and decide you're up to date on your opticianary practice, you're not up to date on your opticianary practice, you can come in, you can't go in. And that makes sense.
Yep.
But when you're looking at the appointments, it's already a personalized, is this person the right person to appoint? So once you're into that, can you not then look at as a specific person, whether they're a retiree or somebody on mat leave, and say, yes, you have what we need on that committee.
So we did actually have a very similar discussion on during our committee during the committee meeting, and it kind of looped back to the more case by case, because again, there could be so many what ifs, and if a person, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding repetitive, but it all comes back to the fact that if a person puts themselves on the inactive list, that this is just one of the things that you know is part of being on that list, like being on that. It is, as it's my understanding, it is voluntary. Now, if again, it brings into more, for lack of a better term, like the what ifs. And when we start delving into those, it kind of opens up a can of worms, again, trying to look more at the case by case. Now, during the selection process, yes, it is a personalized process, but we're more concerned about, are they eligible for the process to begin with? And in that situation, we say no.
Can I ask a point of clarification here? So anybody who's inactive could get their, I forget what the acronym is for all their professional learning and those credentials, they could just decide to get that up to date, pay their fees, and become active again.
Bingo.
So if they really want to be participating in this, they just need to change their status.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Tanya.
Actually, I think that Derek had his hand raised before me.
Yeah, I think Derek beat you.
Okay. Derek?
I am actually comfortable waiting after Tanya. I was just going to suggest that we do a high five as to whether we're ready to continue with this or not. But I know you're probably already there, Karen. So if Tanya has a point to add, I'd love to hear it first.
I was just wondering, will we ever look at this again? Like this, the inactive class is really new. So will we review this policy again, or be able to have eyes on it after we've actually lived with it for a bit?
I'm happy to speak to that, Tanya. That's entirely up to the board. So I think you're raising a good point about this being new, and certainly we can earmark this for a check-in at a certain juncture to bring it back to the board for you to look at how it's working and whether you'd like to make any changes.
Perfect. I appreciate that. It kind of gives us a little bit of room if it was like, oh, we're missing out on people or something. And I maybe was just going to add one quick point that I think what makes me comfortable with it is that the inactive members still do get a bit of a say because they're still getting to vote. So I think they do still get to participate, and I would be comfortable to move forward with it.
Okay, I saw Derek's hand and Rob.
I just wanted to quickly ask Amy, we quite often will apply a regular standard of, I think it's 3 or 5 years to reviewing policies and documents. Could this be tucked into that grouping that we're going to review again, just to make sure we're happy with it?
Yeah, no, this is part of our bylaws, so it's not quite on the same review schedule as our governance policies, but we can certainly make sure that this is put into a schedule in that sense to have this particular question looked at, because this actually invokes a few different parts of the bylaws all at once mechanically. So it's the bylaws kind of get looked at on the as needed basis, but absolutely we'll make sure that typically we look at things at a 3-year mark. So if the board is happy with that, we can slate that in and make sure that it's captured for revisiting.
Okay, Rob and then Steve.
So, I mean, I agree in principle. Everything looks good. I do have some concerns. Is this going to hamper future boards if we need expertise, let's say on low vision, keratoconus fitting, or refracting? Will that not be limiting if we decide we want to do something on refracting or low vision, where there's a limited amount of people that are doing it? Is this going to hurt us in the future?
Fazal, before Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, just responding to Rob. Typically, when we do any research or investigation or background work, we're turning to experts anyways, regardless of their class, if they've got the knowledge. So we would include them in a focus group or things like that. So they don't necessarily have to be sitting on the board, and we're not doing committee work at this level anyways. And we would support the committee through
Thank you.
expertise.
Great, thank you. Steve.
Thank you. And this is for a question, technical question, I guess, for Amy and then Derek. When we come to a motion on this, should we be putting it in the motion that this be reviewed within the next 3 years? And if that's the case, I would certainly move that motion as a friendly.
We can certainly note that in the minutes, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay. We're now going to look at these issues one at a time.
Karen, I'm just
yes.
noticing there's a question in the chat from
Oh.
Peg Judge, who's wondering if it could be revisited in 1.5, or 2 years. That's entirely up to the board. I would suggest that it's hard to necessarily get a good picture of how things are working until we've had a little bit of time to live with it. So that's why we've typically done a 3-year cycle for most policy work, but I leave that in the board's hands.
Kevin?
I think a 3-year cycle for evaluation is sufficient for this policy for what it encompasses. So I think 3 years is the earliest I would go with.
Okay, you're getting a thumbs up from Rob. Do we want, and from Tanya? So I'm seeing several thumbs agreeing that 3 years would be reasonable. And some nods, more nods. So do we want to do a quick? Okay. It looks like there's general agreement, 4s and 5s, that 3 years is a reasonable time frame. So let's get that recorded in the minutes. I'd like to now move to reviewing each of these issues one at a time to get to our motions. So first, let's start with eligibility to run for election. Can I get a high five from everyone in terms of where we're at with accepting the committee's recommendations? Could I ask that the screen not be shared now? It'll just make it easier for me to see everyone's hands. I'm seeing all 5s and 4s, so I think we're good to go on that one. How about the eligibility to vote? Where are we at on eligibility to vote? 4s, 5s, 4s, 5s. Okay, I think we're good for that one. And then the last one is eligibility for appointment to committees. We had a lot of discussion about that. Where are we at now? Okay, I'm seeing 5s, 4s, 4, 3, 3.5 from Rob, maybe. I'm going to round that up just to make it easy. I think we're ready to go for a vote. So before we go to the motions, we do want to have a quick discussion about the public interest consideration. The committee agreed with the rationale for specifying that the profession should be governed by those who are actively practicing, as they will be in a better position to identify issues and concerns that could impact the public. However, allowing members to vote would not significantly impact the public interest, as they would not be the decision makers themselves. Are there any other points or considerations from a public interest standpoint that the board would like to identify with respect to that decision? I'm not seeing any hands. Wonderful. In addition, does the board agree with the DEI consideration put forward by the committee? Does anyone need a reminder of what that was? Okay. I'm seeing 5s. Let's do a quick high five. We're good with the DEI considerations. Wonderful. And then lastly, the risk management consideration. The committee is of the view that those who are actively practicing are in a better position to identify the issues and concerns that could impact the safe and ethical delivery of optician services. Any questions or additional points with regards to risk management? People are like jumping ahead to the high five. I love it. I think we're ready to move to the movements. Derek, if you want to begin that process.
Perfect. Thank you, Karen. So I would like someone to make me a motion to approve the proposed amendments, including today's updates to the bylaws recommended by the governance committee. Stephen, are you still on board with making that motion for me? Thank you. And Virginia, I'll have you second it, and all in favor. Excellent. That is all in favor, and that passes. Elliot, good job again.
All right, excellent. Since we covered the terms of reference policy earlier this morning, we are now going to move on to point 7, which is the monitoring reports. Reminder, just so we all are on the same page, the purpose of the monitoring reports is to have a system in place to periodically check in on the board's governance policies to make sure that they are achieving the desired results. The monitoring process is one of the primary ways that the board exercises its risk management responsibility. The policies in the governance manual have established risk boundaries that the registrar is to operate within, and the registrar is required to satisfy the board through these monitoring reports that the policy is being reasonably interpreted and reasonably achieved. When the registrar brings forward a monitoring report, therefore, the board will be asked 2 main questions. 1, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And 2, did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? The feedback that the board provides will inform the evaluation of the registrar's performance and, by consequence, the organization's performance. So Fazal, I will turn it over to you to present your report.
Great. Thank you, Karen. So as Karen had indicated, these monitoring reports, you get them every quarterly board meeting, and this is part of the board's fiduciary responsibility in risk mitigation. So at the end of this year, you're going to get your self-evaluation for the board. There's questions around, were you as a board member given adequate information to fulfill your role in monitoring performance of the organization and mitigating risk. So these quarterly monitoring reports feed into that. Now, just like the registrar's report, all of these things are in your package that I'm sure you've read, but for the benefit of any audience that might be watching this broadcast, the registrants or the public, I am going to highlight a few things from each of the reports. This one in particular is a bit of a lengthy one because it goes over our 3-year strategic plan and gives you a bit of an idea of where we stand. So I'll just walk you through it. I'm going to only be picking on a few highlights, but at the same time, happy to take any questions on any of the points that are indicated in these reports. So in this strategic outcomes policy, this monitoring report, there is a table that we'll be referring to, which is the strategic plan, which is on the screen right now. And it's got a few major categories or columns. Across the top, you'll see a goal that's been laid out by the board during the strategic planning session that was held in the spring of 2022 and set out this 3-year plan of 2023, 24, 25. So you'll have, for instance, goal 1, safer and more inclusive patient care. And then you've got columns, which includes what sort of strategies we're going to employ, performance measurements that we want to set out to monitor if we're progressing on these goals, an overall target for the 3 years life of the strategic plan, a column for this particular year. There's an evidence column that kind of speaks to what we've done to meet that goal for this year. If we're able to, we assign a budget figure to those initiatives. There is a status column, which gives you, for instance, a check mark if it's been achieved, or an up arrow saying that we're trending positively, or possibly an X if it's not achieved. And then the very final column will give, a little summary possibly from the year before that we've done. as this is a living, breathing document. So I will get started on going through a few of these top things. So for 1.1, safer and more inclusive patient care, which is a public pillar in our strategic plan. 1.1.1 talks about developing resources for patients. So for this year, there are 3 main areas that we developed resources. There's at least about 11 social media posts to date that were public facing, educating the public on what we do. We developed educational pamphlets on the role of opticians, and we also did a lot of updates to our website around unauthorized practice. The content that we created regarding the role of opticians was actually given out at some of the public events that we went to, including we were at events in Sudbury and Ottawa that had members of the public in attendance, and so we were able to give this information out to them. 1.2, which was centered around reducing risk of harm through going after unauthorized practice. You will see some statistics here. We're going to go more into detail later in the day from the ICR and Conduct Department. They'll be giving an overview and an update on how the program is running. So I'll just hit a few of the major things. So in 2023, we actually launched a program. So you'll see a little check mark for status. And then in the evidence column, you'll see that since 2023, the college has received about 32 unauthorized practice reports, 13 last year and 19 this year, 28 of which have been closed. And they've had various outcomes, including no action, education advice or recommendations, possibly the receipt of a signed compliance agreement, and possibly we may take certain actions that include seeking injunctions. So we'll go into more detail about that at the end of the day, and the team can give you some insight into sort of the experiences over this year. But I have to say that the program is going well. 1.2.2, educating opticians, owners and operators around their responsibilities. This has definitely been going on. Again, the Conduct Department has developed materials. At times we've sent information to business operators around their responsibilities in order to prevent unauthorized practice. So again, going well. 1.3, ensuring that patient care is more inclusive and culturally safe. We continually try to work on resources, educational resources and things like that. Currently, the goal for 2024 was to develop 1 resource. So we're actually working on a continuing education program around allyship for health professionals, and that's in collaboration with the College of Audiologists and Speech Language Pathologists. So that's underway. And ultimately, we're working on hopefully a standard of cultural safety and humility, which has a target for development in 2025. Jumping down to 1.3.4, exploring initiatives to promote access to opticianry services for equity deserving groups. We've got, although the goal was 1 initiative, we've actually got 2 initiatives in 2024. An initiative was explored by our college in 2024 to assess the needs of low-income individuals in the Durham region. So we actually attended an event in August that was sort of targeted towards low-income seniors, and we were trying to gain an understanding around the challenges that they're facing in accessing eye health care. Plus, we're working on a larger scope project with the Indigenous community, which consultation started this year. And that's actually in collaboration with the College of Optometrists. Let's see here, 1.5.1, there's a sufficient, one of the other strategies or goals was to make sure there's a sufficient number of opticians to meet the Ontario patient demand. So 1.5.1, public outreach and education. Again, the goal for this year was 1 initiative or resource. We're trending towards completing 2 resources. We've been promoting PLAR via social media, and PLAR is a prior learning assessment and recognition. So we're trying to attract the attention of people who may already have optical skill sets, opticianry skill sets, and encouraging to join the profession through the registration process. And then one of the other resources we developed was a brochure pamphlet on becoming an optician, which we are distributing at the various public events that we go to. 152, as far as reducing barriers for individuals seeking to enter the profession. Again, the goal was to produce one initiative or resource this year. We're on track for two initiatives. One is to make sure that transition process for opticians has been set out for opticians who have been out of practice for more than 3 years. With revocation coming under the new regulation, we're trying to educate our registrants who have been out of practice for more than 3 years that there is the possibility of revocation coming up July 2025. And we're working with them to find pathways back, including promoting the inactive class. The other thing is we've also are working on a large survey that is basically checking in with people who have gone through the PLAR process and have written our exams, and we're surveying them to find out what type of barriers they may have faced so that we can sort of target those things and see if we can go after the barriers, whether it's administrative, process driven, that kind of stuff. So we're always working on surveying and trying to learn more to see what we can better do. Moving to goal 2, the college is relational, accessible, and responsive to changes in technology. That's a registrant-facing pillar. So we have typically a public-facing pillar, a registrant-facing pillar, and then an organizational pillar. So this is the registrant-facing pillar. So strategy 211, ensuring the standards and guidelines, policies are evidence-based and considering relevant data around risk of harm. A big push this year, especially this summer, has been working on a comprehensive review of our standards of practice and guidelines. So the clinical practice committee actually worked quite hard this summer, meeting quite a few times, because usually we don't have committees working on this kind of stuff over the summer. Being a large document, they met a few times to get that review done. So we're in the midst of developing updated content for the standards, and you'll hopefully see it this fall as far as circulating some of the proposed changes. There was also an initiative to update our briefing notes to make sure that we include a risk of harm section. So at this point, all briefing notes include that. 212, staying current on emerging technologies. A lot of new things are coming about, such as myopia control products on the market. So there was quite a bit of request at the college from our registrants around it, seeking guidance and advice around that. So we've had a preliminary conversation with optometry to make sure we're both working sort of in unison, as both organizations, registrants, do dispense eyewear. And so we want to make sure that there is some continuity between both professions, and especially between prescribers and dispensers. So that information has been brought to the standards of practice or the clinical practice committee to consider that, and our standards of practice guidelines going forward will hopefully give guidance around those specialty lens areas. 221, ensuring the college communications are transparent and relational and accessible. One thing that was identified early in the planning cycle was some concerns around the website, even simple things about color contrast as far as accessibility. So you'll see that we revamped the website this spring, and the colors have been updated not only cosmetically, but actually for visual accessibility. And you'll start to notice that our social media strategy is shifting to include both French and English content. We are working with our social media provider or consultants to make sure that we're tailoring certain messages in both languages. And let's see here. As far as 223, ensuring technology is effectively being leveraged. One thing that I'm very happy to announce is that we have instituted online applications. So for years, we've had renewal through our database, which has been automated for the last, I would say, almost 10 years. The nice thing is, or one of the things that was very time consuming was new registrants, and there's a couple hundred of them every year. New registrants would have to go through a paper process for their initial application with us. That was time consuming for registrants, and it was also very time consuming for the team. So in July, we launched online first time applications. And so we've gone through the initial cohort, which is the spring exam writers. And so far we've had some good results. We expect to make improvements as we get feedback, and we are surveying everyone for their experience. But it is definitely going to be a real time saver, and it'll help the department focus on other things, especially with all the changes coming in the registration regulations. Staff have a lot of work ahead. A lot of people probably next year, as we approach the July 2025 deadline, are going to be making decisions around whether they go to inactive class, retire, resign, these type of things. So the department will be freed up from time-consuming tasks using through this automation. So I think that's a real win. We flagged in the financial variance that we're probably going to be trending over budget a little bit on database initiatives this year. Things like the database has got to be updated to allow for class changes between active and inactive, transferring between these different classes. That takes a lot of back-end work. Plus, we're also trying to automate contact lens mentor renewal to make that simpler. So these are the things that are going into that database line, but they're all must-haves. Not to drag this on too much, so I'm just going to leaf forward. Goal 3, the college is demonstrating regulatory leadership through governance excellence, and that's the organizational pillar. 311 talks about streamlining board and board governance in accordance with provincial and Canadian global best practices. So you'll see that one of these initiatives this quarter is the reform of the electoral districts system. So the college continues to innovate as far as governance best practices. 312, adequate resources are invested in technology, human resources, and training. So one of the things that we're investing in this year is upgrading equipment to make sure that we're ready for space sharing, as the College of Respiratory Therapists will be joining us at the beginning of October. 3.2, diversity, equity, inclusion. To date, committees and the board have reviewed about 30 policies with a DEI lens. And as far as 322 resources around board development and committee development, we have a DEI training session tomorrow morning, and it's probably going to be a refresher for some of you, but maybe new for a lot of the members who have just recently joined us. So we continue to always push training. And then 331, exploring opportunities for collaboration with optometry. As I had mentioned, we've been working on the Indigenous community engagement with optometry, as well as working with them around our standards of practice around specialty lenses. So we're regularly working with optometry. And 332, exploring opportunities for collaboration with other health regulators to help decrease costs. A big one that we've been working towards is finalizing our space sharing with the CRTO, as I mentioned earlier, which is happening literally in a week or so. So while we're doing a little bit of front-end investment, it will pay off on a yearly basis at mitigating our rental costs. So that is this monitoring report. There's a lot in it, so I apologize. And I apologize if I skimmed over a lot of things, but I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, I see Steve.
Thanks. Fazelle, with the both levels, federal government and provincial government, cutting back on numbers of immigration, particular students coming into the drastically cut back to the different schools. What are your thoughts on how do you think that's going to affect us moving forward into the future, both financially at the college and having with the number of people retiring over the next let's say 5 to 7 years in the field, but yet still meeting the needs to serve the public?
And that's a great question, Steve. I think we're well placed. We had started talking about developing more social media presence, both at the provincial and at the national table around promoting PLAR to international applicants. And the hope was to create a more direct pathway to licensure, because we were noticing a lot of foreign trained professionals, some of them who were actually optometrists, were actually applying for student visas and going through a long process, going through reschooling in Ontario, and then writing the exam. So at quite a delay and quite a cost at foreign student fees. And so at that point, almost a year and a half ago, we decided that we should promote PLAR directly to these people in their home countries, telling about the alternative of, instead of coming in on a student visa, apply to the PLAR process from the comfort of their home, because they can do it online, and then come through to the regulatory body for the exams. And so I think that was really fortuitous for us to shift gears that way, because now with the government cutting back on student visas, that pathway is drying up anyways. So we're at a point now where hopefully next week at the national meetings, Ontario has in our budget funded some money for creating some draft messaging or teaser videos that we're going to be promoting at the industry roundtable to see if we can gain interest at that level to promote these videos internationally and to attract international interest on becoming an optician that way, rather than going through the student visa. So even though the government has decided to curtail student visa issuing, that's actually not going to impact us, because we're actually ready with this. We're very close to being ready with this marketing campaign.
Thanks for your great forward thinking as usual.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, any other questions, concerns, feedback? I am not seeing any hands go up. So I think we can move to the motion on this particular report.
All righty, so fun thing with this one is I get to hear from more of you, because I actually have 2 motions for each one. So I need someone to make the first motion, which is that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Who've I got? Regina and seconder Paul, all in favor? Fantastic. Second motion, that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Who would like to make that for me? Paul, I see you. Alicia, you're going to be my seconder, and all in favor? Fantastic. Okay, so those all pass unanimously. And Darren.
All right, so Fazal, thank you. And now you can move on to the investment technology and cybersecurity policy monitoring report.
Okay, great. Another exciting monitoring report. This will be shorter, and we are still trending on being early this morning, so not a problem. So this monitoring report covers the period December 2023 to this September 2024. You'll see the next report next year in September, October of 2025. So what you have here in this monitoring report is a table. It basically sets out on the left side what the policy requires, which was approved by the board back in 2022. And then on the right-hand side is a column that shows the interpretation and the evidence of such requirement. So I'll go through and highlight the requirements and sort of the steps that we took to fulfill it. And then you're free to ask me any questions on any of those actions. So the first policy requirement is taking steps to ensure that we have adequate technology in place to permit the college to meet its mandate. So as a point, hardware is regularly maintained and replaced as it nears its end of its warranty period to avoid any interruptions to operations. So it might be a little bit overkill, but typically we try to make sure that all our equipment is covered under warranty. So by way, we are typically replacing some equipment every single year, and it doesn't all happen all at once. So our college IT provider, who's responsible for providing network and cloud and endpoint security, usually meets with us and provides us a monthly proactive monitoring report. It's a dashboard that we have, and it kind of flags for us any hardware or other concerns. So thus far in 2024, we've replaced about 29% of our hardware, which we budget the year before. So nothing's really too out of place. We've done some updates in the boardroom as well, small upgrades, but in order to enhance the quality of our in-person and hybrid meetings. The next square talks about reviewing the college's data and technology plan. So this is something that's done every single year in the fall with the college's IT provider. At those meetings, we talk about upgrades or updates that we might need to do to hardware or software, making sure that we have the best in cybersecurity. And then finally, the third aspect of the policy is taking reasonable steps to safeguard the college's information technology infrastructure, including minimizing impacts on service disruptions or cybersecurity threats, as well as protecting our data against lost or unauthorized use or disclosure. So steps we take to fulfill that requirement. Staff are always completing ongoing training modules, which educate around cybersecurity threats, and we're regularly testing their knowledge. So there's things like phishing expeditions, and that's phishing with a PH, where suspicious mock emails are sent to inboxes and things. We also make sure that all our documents are backed up on shared folders in the cloud. So if a machine is lost, the information is not compromised. The college is financially protected against the impact of data loss by an all-encompassing insurance policy. Our database, which is called IMIS, has been migrated successfully to the cloud. Again, another step to safeguard our data. Hardware is tracked, which is a new feature that enables us to track a machine, especially if it's being taken outside of Ontario. And then finally, we've had multiple meetings this year with our IT provider around the onboarding of the College of Respiratory Therapists to make sure that their inclusion in our physical space doesn't compromise any of our firewalls or existing IT structure. And we will have our IT provider on site overseeing the move-in of the CRTO at the beginning of October. So that is my monitoring report around cybersecurity. Happy to take any questions. Very exciting. No questions.
No questions. Any clarification, any concerns? Nothing. It's all good. All right, wonderful. I think Derek, you can go forward with your motions.
Okay, well, Fazal, you were either incredibly thorough and covered it all and nobody has a question, or, you did the other thing. But anyway, so I got two motions again for this one. I need somebody to make a motion that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. We're gonna go with Kevin as my make the motion. Omar, I'll get you seconding that for me. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. Second motion on this one is that the board agrees that the registrar or CEO complied with the policy. May I have a motion? Stephen, I see you. Paul, I'm going to make you my seconder. All in favor? And Rob in favor? Thank you. And that passes unanimously as well.
Wonderful. Fazal, coming back to you for the asset protection policy monitoring report.
Yes, so our third and final monitoring report for the morning. So your suffering is almost over. So this one, as Karen said, is the asset protection policy. And so this report covers the period between January 2022 and September 2024. So again, on the left-hand side are the requirements of the policy. On the right-hand side are sort of our interpretation and evidence of fulfillment. So there's a requirement that there's risk management and insurance. The college's contents are 100% covered by an insurance policy. Also, that policy extends to liability. So it's a plan that's custom to health regulators. So pretty much all of the health regulators in Ontario subscribe to the HIROC plan. Every year, we're obliged to fill in a yearly assessment to make sure that we have enough levels of insurance for the assets and also the risks that we're facing, If there's any sort of lawsuits or anything like that, we have to disclose those things so that they make sure that there's adequate liability insurance. This insurance extends to all directors, staff, volunteers of the organization, and we can extend it to cover loss or liability when we're operating off-site if we were conducting, for instance, registration exams. It also covers things like internal equipment, which is inventoried by the front desk and monitored remote by our IT support vendor. And we've ensured that CRTO has confirmed an extension of their insurance plan to cover any equipment that they're bringing on site during their tenancy with us. As far as the requirement for unauthorized access to funds, uninsured unauthorized access, we have limited signatories who can sign off on financial expenses. That includes myself, the deputy registrar, our board chair, and our board vice chair. I apologize. I think the report got cut off a teeny bit, but almost all payments are done electronically now. As far as premises and equipment, as I said, premises and equipment are regularly observed for deficiencies and repairs are made immediately. The physical premises, office equipment, all of that IT structure is included in that. Our IT infrastructure is monitored 24/7 by our vendor remotely. And as I said, there is an audit of all the technology on a yearly cycle. Purchases and contracts, consultant equipment requirements are typically forecasted in the previous fall of any year during our budgeting cycle, which is actually happening right now. So all of our directors, managers, and consultants are canvassed for their quotes. Contracts are reviewed by in-house legal counsel, which is done under the eye of Amy, and executed through the finance department to assure that we're adhering to the budget that was set out. And then hopefully, avoiding anything unbudgeted. If we are finding that there is an unbudgeted expense coming, a budget that's a line that's over budget or trending to be over budget, we alert the finance committee at their quarterly meetings. And we have very healthy general reserves for any unforeseen situations. As always, purchases and contracts over $50,000 are done through seeking an RFP. As far as information goes, any intellectual property information and files are safeguarded in the cloud. We have physical files which are moved off to Iron Mountain for secure storage, and there is a file retention policy in place. We did a lot of file moving this summer, which you'll see in the registrar's report. And so that was overseen by Amy to make sure that it adhered to the retention policy that we have in place. IP is further safeguarded through the use of non-disclosure and privacy agreements for all staff, board, contractors, and vendors. As far as monitoring independence, day-to-day finances, financial management is conducted in-house by our accounting specialist, but we also have the independence of an audit every year through the auditor appointed by the board. Now, to further mitigate risks at the HR level, we do seek the external independent legal advice on matters that carry a high level of risk. As far as public image goes, the registrar and the board chair are the official spokespersons, and any outbound communications such as social media content or website content are reviewed by several eyes on the communication team, including legal counsel, in-house legal counsel. And finally, as far as investment risk goes, we make sure that we have adequate operational funds held in our high interest savings account to meet our quarterly and yearly demands. Any excess funds are put into GICs and reviewed based on when we need to access that cash, and in accordance with the investment policy 2-06. So that is this monitoring report. And again, happy to take any questions from the board.
Kevin.
Thank you. Fazal, just a bit of information needed here. This High Rock insurance plan, is that just one company that provides or offers this kind of coverage?
There may be other insurance providers. High Rock is sort of like a cooperative that's covering all the 26 regulators. And the plan is sort of custom tailored to the fact that we're not-for-profits operating under government mandates. So that's sort of what we've been working with, and it's quite reasonable to cost.
Okay. Are we on our own policy, or are we under an umbrella policy with other regulators?
So we have our own policy because each college will have their own level of risk, based on possible liabilities or lawsuits or things like that. So that liability assessment that we do every year drives our dues.
Okay. Lastly, I promise, if there are any increases, are the fees and increase in the fees, are they in line what the general public has been experiencing?
Yeah, so the nice thing with that is because it's such a large plan, the risk is actually spread a bit more. So it's almost like a group insurance plan, but our rate is driven by our individual occurrences and things like that, or the amount of insurance that we need to carry is driven by the exposure we may have. So we get the benefit of tailoring to our specific exposure, but the rate is also driven by the larger group.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Any other questions, concerns, or feedback? I'm not seeing any hands, so Derek, over to you. You're on mute.
All right, so for the first motion, I need somebody to go ahead and make the motion that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. I see Paul first. Rob, I'll let you second it for me. All in favor? Perfect, that passes. Second motion on this is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. May I have somebody move that for me? Regina, I see you. Kevin, you're my seconder. All in favor? Excellent, and that all passes. Okay, Karen, I think we're running ahead.
We are running ahead of time. So we were scheduled to take our lunch now. Do we want to bring up any issues from after lunch or break now, Fazal?
So the only thing that I'll just flag for you is what we're trying to do is distribute the agenda and let our possible attendees, virtual attendees, know what the approximate times are so that they can follow along at any point in the day. So while we're 30 minutes ahead, the next thing on the agenda is registration policies, which are registrant facing. So I'm concerned that if we transact them now, somebody may be joining after lunch expecting that part of the agenda. So, their option is that we can take an early lunch, but I would still recommend coming back on time so that people who join the live stream pick up where we left off. I might just check in with Amy if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, I tend to be of the, same view in terms of, we know we've had registrants reach out about, joining at a particular point in time and sometimes being confused when we seem to be somewhere else entirely on the agenda. So, I think we should have allotted enough time this afternoon to get through all of our items on schedule. So, leave it in the board's hands about how you'd like to proceed.
Well, if I see some head nods, if everybody's comfortable with a little bit of a earlier / longer lunch, I think maybe I could do a high five. Everybody good going now and coming back at our regularly scheduled time. I see a whole lot of fives, Karen. They want to go for food.
I think so. So we will take a 90-minute lunch break and we will be back at 1 o'clock. I just want to remind everyone to stay in the meeting, but turn your cameras off and remain muted for the duration of the lunch break. And we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody in a bit.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it's in your hands. I don't know if Peggy is back yet.
Fair enough, but in the interest of timeliness, and I know there's a significant amount to cover, and I think we'll get Rob on deck. Rob, are you ready to present your committee's information? You are muted, sir. Let's start there. Have I got you?
We're here. Are you transferring you transferring it over?
I'm transferring it over to you. You're good to go.
Okay, so we're going to start off with the labor mobility policy. Hopefully you guys have had an opportunity to read the briefing note. Under the labor mobility laws of Canada, we're legally required to accept professional qualifications of individuals who hold the equivalent certificate of registration in any province. Right now, some provinces don't have contact lenses, so they're not deemed equivalent. There's a different pathway for them. They started off with the AIT back in early 2000s, and then it went over the MRA. So the pathway is pretty simple. Under the new regulation, brought changes that warranted a review of the MRA policy. To align the new regulations and enhance clarity around existing requirements, the registration committee is proposing that the current policy be replaced with the labor mobility policy. No changes are being proposed to the mutual recognition agreement itself. So for us, we're just making a few changes. Number one is remove the reference to student class of registration, because under the new regs, we don't have that. Number two, we have to add in the new inactive class, that is new, and outline the eligibility process for individuals registered as an inactive optician in another Canadian jurisdiction, so that they'll know what to do to become a registered optician in Ontario. And third, to remove reference to the educational programs approved under the old regulation and direct the eyeglass only applicants to complete the necessary training at an optician program that has been accredited by the college. The programs are listed in the approved educational policy. So the proposed revisions to the labor mobility policy safeguard the public interest to ensure the policy complies with the requirements of the new reg and provides clarity and transparency to the process for opticians registered in another Canadian province and how to become registered in Ontario. The policy considers a perspective of diversity, equity, and inclusion by providing a pathway for opticians registered to only dispense eyeglasses in another province to become registered in Ontario. By doing so, the policy goes beyond the minimum requirements set out by legislation to provide a labor mobility pathway for individuals holding an equivalent out-of-province license. The policy mitigates organizational risk by meeting the college's regulation and legislative obligations under the new registration regs, the RHPA, and the Labor Mobility Act.
All right.
Karen, would you like to take over?
Yeah. Are there any questions for Rob?
Karen, if I might, for just a second.
Yes, please.
Rob, that was very good and very fast, and I just want to touch base with the public members to see if everybody's following along and knows where we are and what's going on, because I think we might have lost some people, and I want to just make sure we're all good. So before we start really discussing what's changing, does anybody need to have any background or any more depth that Rob could provide? Okay.
Very good.
All right, so then I will ask, does the board agree with the public interest considerations identified by the committee? Or are there other points from a public interest standpoint that need to be considered? Not seeing any hands. Similar question with respect to the DEI considerations. Oh, Peggy. Peggy, your hand.
I am assuming that in the various jurisdictions across the country, the requirements to become licensed optician are similar. Similar enough that we're comfortable with it, because this is long-standing, right?
Yeah, this is long-standing, and pretty much everybody in Canada, except for Quebec, goes through the same process, and we write the same exams. So it's similar in most cases. The difference is some provinces don't require contact lenses. So those provinces are different, and they're not deemed equivalent. In order for them to be deemed equivalent, they have to complete additional training in contact lenses.
My other question is, and maybe you touched on this, maybe it'll come up later. Is there any substantive change from what it was to what it is now? Or is it just kind of bringing things in line because we've now got an inactive class and there's new legislation?
Basically, that's it. A lot of the changes that we're making are simply because of the new regs. They're not that substantial. From my perspective, maybe Amy might disagree.
There's always been a reciprocity, but now it's a mandated reciprocity. Is that correct?
Well, there was always a mandated reciprocity. It was always there. It's just that in our policy, we use terms, for example, students. Well, there's no students in our new regs, so we had to get rid of that.
Okay.
Just to give a little extra context, Peggy. The actual requirements for reciprocity are legislated. So there's a couple of pieces of legislation that require all professions to make it possible for labor mobility between the provinces. Then on top of that, we have an agreement between all of the opticianry regulators in Canada to give effect to this national legislation. Nothing about that agreement has changed. There's no changes proposed to it. The only thing that we're adjusting in light of our new regulation is our internal policy of how we apply that agreement between us and the other 9 opticianry regulators to people coming to Ontario. So our policy since the outset has gone above and beyond our legislated requirements, which is to provide a pathway for people with equivalent licenses. And Rob pointed out before, there are some provinces that don't have an equivalent license to us because they have these eyeglass only licenses. But we've provided a pathway in our policy for those individuals as well. So that was part of our agreement with the 9 other provinces. And in order to make sure that we're keeping that agreement in place, we actually needed to change the policy to align with our new regulation. But the actual content of it, nothing is changing substantively. It's just it's been a long time since that policy was written. We now just write policies differently, and we want to make sure that it's a bit more clear in language, a bit more transparent for anyone applying as to what steps they need to take, depending on what pathway they're coming through.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions or considerations with regards to the DEI considerations made by the committee? Not seeing any hands. Risk management, any questions or concerns? Okay, I think Derek, you're good to go with the motion.
Let me unmute myself. There we go. All right, so I am looking for somebody to make the motion that the board approve the proposed labor mobility policy. Who can make that motion for me? Georgina, I saw you. Tanya, you'll second for me. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right.
Excellent. All right, Rob, it's back to you to take us through the examination and upgrading policy.
So now we're with the examination and upgrading policy. So the policy defines eligibility for the national exams and sets out process to regain eligibility for candidates whose eligibility has expired. So this is people who've failed multiple times or have gone too long. The policy also includes the upgrading proposal guideline for exam candidates. The new reg that recently came to force brings changes to the entry to practice requirements and sets limits on the number of examination attempts. So before there were several that had gone 5 attempts, and I'd have to search my memory, but there was questionable whether some people had more. Under the new regulations, it's no longer possible. They're going to have a maximum of 3 attempts in 3 years to pass the exams. If they fail or they don't pass them after 3 times, then they must complete the upgrading proposals before attempting the exams again. Right now, they're currently allowed two attempts. In the future one, they're only allowed 1 supplemental attempt, and after that, they're now required to complete a whole program all over again. So the new regulation also no longer includes the student classification, the student optician class of registration, So to align the policy with the requirements and changes of the new reg, the registration committee is proposing to revise the examination eligibility criteria for accredited and unaccredited program candidates, include the limits on the examination attempts, and remove reference for student opticians, to student opticians. So from a public interest standpoint, the revisions proposed by the government, by the registration committee, ensure that the policy complies with the requirements of the new reg, and that the process for meeting the exam eligibility requirements is transparent and set out clearly by policy. The policy also recognizes or provides public protection by enhancing the mechanism through which the registration committee can evaluate and address intern opticians who have failed the examination 3 or 4 times and may have deficits that require attention.
All right, Rob, I'm just going to pause you for a moment because Derek's hand is up.
Okay, go
And
ahead,
I just
Derek.
want to make sure everyone is following. Derek?
So Rob, I mean, love the policy. I love what you got to do with it. I like where this is going. My only question is, so after that 4th attempt, if they were to fail that and they have to take an entirely new course, do they start over again with, the 3-year 3 cycle?
Yeah, yes, they will have to graduate again, and the thought is they're going to do that. We have some concerns that we're going to have to address because I'm not certain, and Amy can maybe pop in on this, if they go to Georgian and they graduate and they fail 3 times or 4 times, and then we say, hey, you got to do the program over again. We don't have, and maybe we have more fulsome information from Georgian that they'll let it take it again. Amy, any thoughts on that?
It's not. It wouldn't be up to the school program. It's they're eligible to go and then complete a fresh opticianry program, whether at the school that they previously graduated from or a different one. If the school will take them, that's up to the school. In terms of their examination attempts, they get those 3 attempts, and then I'll just need to look to the regulation on that. Essentially, we need to get an interpretation kind of if and when that were to be the case of somebody to complete a fresh program and then have another unsuccessful attempt. The regulation itself doesn't actually specify kind of beyond that additional attempt. But that's something that certainly there would always be a pathway for them. It's just a matter of kind of what additional steps they would need to take.
Does that help you, Derek?
It does. Like I said, I was wondering about that, one candidate who fails that 5th attempt. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now the other thing is that we have to look at is we also have a when someone goes for their 4th attempt currently, we have a minimum of 100 hours. We have a process and we have things that we would like. So we're going to be reviewing that just to make sure that we're not doing the students a disservice. So one of the things we will be looking at is the old 100 hours, is it sufficient? Perhaps we want to add more. Perhaps we're going to tailor it more to each individual need. We'll have to have that discussion. Omar?
Yeah, in regards to the several attempts of passing the exam and the completed upgrading courses as well. Would all these failed attempts, after they have passed eventually, would all these failed attempts, etc., would be posted in the public on the domain so that the public be aware of it?
No, the best practice is that they've met the minimum bar. So it doesn't say what their marks are. It doesn't say how many times they attempted it. The idea is that they met the minimum competency set out by the country in this case, and as long as they meet it, that's all the information is.
Because of, for instance, if I am going to, to go and visit my opticians, a new one, I would need some background to make sure and ensure that this is a well qualified individual, where I can feel very trusted and comfortable.
Likely, Omar, you would be seeing somebody with experience and not a new person. That's the only way to really know that for sure. But no, unfortunately, their marks, their passing grades are not made public. Fazal?
Fazal, go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Sorry, just in response, Omar, also, just to put you at ease, this new feature of the regulation where you're having to repeat the entire program after your 4th and failed attempt is sort of a mechanism that the previous board had wished to integrate into the new regulation to ensure that somebody's not attempting the exam in bits and bytes for like a continuous period. And if they're really getting to 4 attempts, maybe it's time to go back and holistically re-educate and then attempt it again. So this is actually the impetus behind it, is to ensure public safety.
Okay, thank you. Peggy, question?
Do they have to go and do the program after 3 failed or 4 failed?
4.
Okay. What was the reference to 3? 3 attempts?
Well, 3 attempts they could do without asking for permission. After 3 attempts, they have to submit a proposal, an upgrading proposal to the committee that the committee will look at, as well as their marks, to find out if they feel it's sufficient enough to for them to finally pass.
So if they get permission to try it a 4th time,
right?
And then if they fail, they go back, or if they don't get permission, they write it the 4th time, they can still go back and go to school again.
If they don't get permission, they don't get to do it. They need permission,
right? If they don't get it, they can go back and take their program over and sort of start fresh.
I've never had that. Amy, I'll let you.
Yeah, so it's not just that they come to the college for permission, Peggy. They need to put a proposal forward for what we call upgrading, which is essentially that they have remediated the areas of deficiency in the exam. So when the registration committee grants that permission, it's when they've seen that they've put in some work to address what areas they were struggling with in a significant way, and it's a way to kind of set them up for success for that next attempt. So if someone didn't bother coming to the college with that upgrading proposal and instead they went and did a fresh program, which, to be fair, I don't think will actually ever happen. That has never happened, because they would rather just address those small areas than have to go and redo an entire program. If somebody did that and they came to the college, the fact that they did an entire new program would be taken into account toward what upgrading measures they had engaged in between the previous attempt and the attempt that they'd like to take now. And that's why these go to the registration committee, because they look at what the registrant has done and they will make a decision based on that.
So somebody fails the 4th, goes and does the program, they still need the special permission to write number 5?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that at all.
Sorry, so if
she was asking if they can write a 5th, if they need permission to write 5.
For the 5th attempt, they need to have redone an optician reprogram and demonstrated that they've done that.
And then they need permission to write 5, or they can just go and write 5?
They can go and write 5.
Without special permission?
I think we would look at it as if it was attempt number 1.
Okay, but if they didn't write number 4 and they go and do the program, they have to get permission to do number 4. But they don't have to get permission to do number 5 if they've gone and done the program. That's where I'm having a little inconsistent.
It's not, permission is probably the wrong term, Peggy. There's check-ins at various stages. After 3 attempts, there's this check-in with the committee to remediate your areas of deficiency. After 4 attempts, you have to go and redo a whole program. So if we maybe, permission might just be the wrong term there. Essentially, those are the stages that you go through. And if you meet each of those benchmarks, you are eligible for a subsequent attempt.
So
if they went to school, in my mind, Peggy, if they went to school and completed a program and successfully graduated, they would be attempting again number 1. That would be their first attempt.
Okay, I got the impression that if they hadn't actually done a number 4 and failed a number 4, it was their number 4 as opposed to a number 1.
They have got an upgrading proposal that they have to run by the committee. So if they ask permission to take the whole program again to attempt number 4, I'm fairly confident that the committee would say sure. Again, in 20 years, nobody has ever gone back to school again, so I'm not
right. And have
they
have to ask permission, or can they just? I guess it's maybe this nuance of whether they've asked the committee for permission or they've just gone and done it.
Peggy, can I just ask, are you just trying to understand the policy, or is there a deeper question here?
Trying to understand the logistics of how it's applied.
Okay, I think I think it's been explained a few times. I'm wondering if we can take this offline, and if you want to get a better visual for it, if that's something you can check in with, I don't know, Amy, perhaps at another time.
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah, my concern in all of this is, at what point do you say this person struggles to learn the material, has taken a very, very long time to learn it, and maybe in practice is not going to be very nimble, sort of per Omar's concerns of
Okay.
how's that person operating once they're licensed as an optician? And that'd be my concern as a member of the public.
All right, I'll let Amy
That's separate from me just trying to understand how the rules work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's
The
the
rest of
bottom
it
line.
was
So
about.
Amy, and then we can move.
One thing just to clarify, Peggy, the requirements like of the third and fourth attempt, these are set out in regulation. So that's not really what the policy is speaking to at this point, right? The policy is how this is applying in our context and basically trying to explain to applicants what steps they need to go through. But the actual pathways, those are in regulation. That was decided on after a great deal of work and consultation almost a decade ago at this point. So, we are working within these parameters, and through the policy, we're trying to make sure that the pathway is then explained and made clear to applicants. So really what we're asking the board to look at today is that this policy captures that and has, identified or addressed any gaps or things that might be unclear to potential applicants.
Okay, so
I guess my questions are along those lines. Now, I haven't read it, but I'm sitting here, if I was the applicant, I'd be asking those questions, but maybe it's in there and I haven't got to the details to see that.
So let's bring this back to the question, which was, are there questions with respect to the public interest consideration? I think that's where we last were. I just want to make sure there's no additional questions on public interest. Okay, how about DEI? And risk management. Okay. So I think we're ready to move to the motion. Okay, go ahead, Derek.
So I need someone to go ahead and make a motion for me that the board approve the proposed examination and upgrading policy, please. Kevin, I see you as my motioner, and Tanya will be my seconder. All in favor of that? Can I get a show of hands? And our Peggy, are you voting against, or are you voting for, or abstaining, please? You're muted.
All right, I'll abstain.
You're abstaining from it. Okay. All right. So Amy, do I need an explanation as to an abstention, or are we good with that?
Yes, we do need to include a reason for an abstention.
Peggy?
I think just that I don't fully have my head wrapped around whether it's accomplishing what you're trying to do and protecting the public. But it's mostly, I think, about my comprehension making me uncomfortable to vote either pro or against.
Thank you, Peggy. Is that sufficient, Amy?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay. All right, so Karen, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Great, thank you. And then I'll in turn hand it back to Rob to go over the non-practicing status for registered opticians policy, please.
Okay, so the new regulation brought in an inactive class. So our old non-practicing, everything's changed. It's got a different purpose. So the non-practicing status or the policy was initially developed to provide an alternative to opticians who are not practicing, but did not have to resign or suspend their certificate of registration. Under this policy, non-practicing registered opticians were exempt from holding professional liability insurance on the premise that they signed an undertaking to not practice while uninsured. The new reg established an inactive class of registration for non-practicing opticians, which is intended for opticians who do not plan to practice for some time. For example, those on parental, sick, educational leave, and those practicing outside of Ontario or in a different profession. In light of these changes, the committee is proposing revisions to the policy aiming at providing a short-term option for opticians who are temporarily unemployed or in the process of changing jobs who do not have insurance coverage. Opticians who do not intend to practice for an extended period of time are still directed to join the inactive class of registration. The policy also sets out the process to request and lift the non-practicing status, defines the term of the undertaking, and outlines the currency of the practice requirements for opticians holding the non-practicing status. So before we probably had quite a few non-practicing, that's going to drop dramatic. I suspect a lot of them are going to go into the inactive class. So the committee is recommending changing the name of the policy to non-practicing status for registered opticians to avoid confusion with the inactive class. The policy protects public interest by setting out terms for uninsured registrants that accurately reflect their non-practice of the profession and provides transparency to the public regarding the optician's non-practicing status. It looks a lot better. It's saying that they're non-practicing rather than suspended or inactive. The requirements to maintain ongoing currency assures the public that opticians will engage in safe and competent practice once they resume active practicing and will not be eligible to renew their certificate of registration unless they meet the currency threshold. From a DEI perspective, the policy considers the needs of the RO in different life circumstances, namely facing a situation where they are unemployed or do not have insurance coverage. The transparency of the policy in setting the terms of the non-practicing optician status mitigates potential risk to the college if an optician fails to comply with the conditions of their undertaking and engages in UPC or unauthorized practice. Karen?
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. So are there any questions with regards to the proposed policy change? Okay. Does the board agree with the public interest considerations identified by the committee? Or rather, are there any other points or considerations to discuss? Okay, not seeing any hands. How about with respect to the DEI considerations? Okay, and risk management. Okay, based on the absence of questions and concerns presented, I think you're good to move to a motion, Derek.
Perfect. Thank you, Karen. I'd like somebody to make the motion that the board approve the proposed non-practicing status policy, please. Regina, yes, for my firster, Stephen for my seconder, and all in favor? And that's through, unanimous. Thank you.
All right, Rob, back to you to take us through the policy on acceptance of quality assurance program compliance piece.
Okay, that's from other Canadian province.
Yes.
So a bit of a background, our previous reg required opticians to submit evidence of QA compliance to reinstate their certificate of registration. In 2009, the college developed a policy on acceptance of QA program compliance from other Canadian provinces, which permitted opticians who were registered and practicing in another Canadian jurisdiction to use evidence of compliance with that province QA to seek reinstatement. Legal advice told us that wasn't a really good idea. Under AIT or MRI or one of them, if someone's licensed in another province, we kind of had to grant them a license here. So that hadn't been really enforced, so we stopped enforcing it. So the new regs no longer requires demonstration of QA compliance as a condition for reinstatement. To reinstate a suspended certificate of registration, the registrar must be satisfied that the registrant will be compliant with any outstanding orders or requirements of the QA committee or any other committees. The RegCom is therefore recommending that the policy be rescinded so it's no longer in force. It's in the public interest for opticians to comply with their ongoing QA requirements and not use administration suspension as a mechanism to avoid these obligations. The new regulations and related policies have put into place several checks and balances to make sure that they're maintaining current knowledge, and keeping up with their professional responsibilities. These include satisfying the register that they will be in compliance with any outstanding orders or requirements of the QA committee prior to being reinstated, meeting the new ongoing currency requirements, which is not paused during administration suspension, and not being subject to any outstanding requirements of the QA program at the time of transfer to the inactive class, demonstrating currency or completing a refresher program when returning to practice. The committee did not identify any rationale from a DEI perspective for retaining this policy, and to mitigate potential organizational risks, it's highly recommended to formally rescind outdated policies to avoid confusion.
All right, any questions about rescinding this policy? Yes, Tanya.
I think I just need clarification on what it is. We just did a lot of policies in a row. So a registrant is coming back into Ontario and they're not in compliance with our QA program, or they're not in compliance with their other provinces, Rob?
Our QA program said that they had to meet our requirements and they had to be good with the other ones. Although unfortunately, if they're licensed in another province, we have to, we were advised, legal advised us that we have to still accept them as long as they were current and registered in another province, so that we stop making sure that they met the QA compliances in other programs. Go ahead, Amy, in other provinces.
Yeah, so we used to have a requirement under our regulation that to reinstate somebody, they needed to demonstrate compliance with the quality assurance program. So we had to go through these checks, and that was basically a ground that we could potentially not allow someone to reinstate on. So this policy was put in place because we discovered that some people who were suspended in our province, it was because they were actually off working in another province. So instead of saying we need you to go and demonstrate that you've complied with the QA requirements for Ontario, we're going to accept the fact that you are in compliance with your province where you were actively practicing for the last number of years toward that requirement. And that will mean proof of compliance with QA for that purpose. Then we got legal advice that said, this is not how we're trending regulation right now to make the ability to return to practice contingent on something like QA compliance. We recommend that you stop enforcing that requirement under the regulation. So we haven't actually enforced it in a decade or longer. But the policy has still technically been on the books. Now that requirement to be QA compliant, to be reinstated, is no longer in our regulation at all. So we don't even have grounds to enforce it anymore. So that's kind of the journey that got to this point of rescinding the policy. On the flip side, though, Rob was just noting that there are some other checks and balances to make sure that when someone returns, that they're current, that their knowledge is up to date, and that which is what I think that was functioning as a proxy for, but we actually have better tools for it now.
Perfect. I appreciate the clarity. That completely answered what I was wondering.
Thanks, Tanya. Steve?
Yeah, I just want to thank Rob and his committee for acting on this legal advice that was given. I think it could potentially save the college from any future potential litigation if someone ever said that they were discriminated against because of that previous information that we had on the books before. And just a good job for bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other considerations either in the public interest, DEI, or risk management that anyone wants to bring forward for discussion? All right, I think you're good to go. Derek?
Thank you, Karen. I wanted to see if you remembered my name there for a moment.
Yeah, it's the 1:30 p.m. Name recognition problem.
Fair enough. And my hat's off to Rob for talking for the last half hour straight. Get a glass of water or something, dude. But can I have somebody make the motion that the board rescind the policy on acceptance of quality assurance compliance from other provinces? Tanya will make the motion. Georgina, I saw you up first for seconder. All in favor? And that passes unanimously.
Wonderful. All right. This concludes the registration policies. And now Tanya will bring you back to present the remote peer and practice assessment fees bylaws.
Hello, everyone. I get to talk again on this meeting. So, a peer in practice assessment is a component of the quality assurance program used to assess ongoing practice competence. Registrants may be randomly selected to participate, required to participate if their professional portfolio is incomplete or fails to demonstrate they engaged in adequate quality assurance activities, or are selected based on other criteria specified by the Quality Assurance Committee. In some cases, registrants are required to pay a fee to cover the cost of the administering of the assessment. This applies to registrants who are ordered to undergo a PPA by the Quality Assurance Committee because of non-compliance with the QA program, or as ordered by another committee of the college or the registrar. The PPA tool itself was updated in 2023, and a two-step process was developed encompassing a practice profile and chart review in step 1 and a professional practice interview in step 2. These are both carried out remotely in most cases. As the cost to administer a PPA remotely is different than that of an on-site PPA, the Quality Assurance Committee proposes reducing the fee for a remote assessment. Considering there are 2 steps and not all registrants may be required to complete both steps, the committee proposed a fee of $225 per step. These fees are cost recovery only. The fees for an on-site PPA remain the same at $850. The proposed fees were posted on the website and circulated for stakeholder feedback from June 19th through August 16th. Registrants were notified by email and several social media posts were made throughout the duration of the survey. The full report is attached in Appendix A. Of the 96 respondents, 45 were in favor of the proposed fee, 28 were not in favor, and 23 unsure of the proposed fee. Comments included, as long as all the fees incurred in performing the assessment for those who are non-compliant, I am in favor of the fee reduction. I don't want any more of my fees paying for an assessment due to another's non-compliance. The reduced fees are more reasonable for remote assessment as less time and costs are involved. If someone has to do this because they did not complete the requirements, they should have to pay for it. Unfair for others to absorb it. I don't think opticians who need an assessment should have to pay for it. From a public interest consideration, PPAs assess ongoing practice competence. The goal is to ensure that registrants are practicing safely, competently, and ethically. From a DEI perspective, the committee considered that the fee applies only to the registrants who are ordered to undergo a PPA. It is not applied for those remotely selected. The proposed bylaw amendments are included in Appendix A. And then I'll turn back over to Karen.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or concerns with regards to the proposed fees? Okay, so are there any additional considerations from the public interest standpoint to add to the discussion? Not seeing anything. DEI considerations? And risk management. Okay, Derek, I think you're good to go. Unmute, Derek.
I need someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed amendments to the remote peer and practice assessment fees. Rob will make my motion for me. Omar will second it. All in favor? I see everybody's hands. Perfect. Unanimous.
All right, thank you. Now I'll bring it over to Fazal to introduce Sarah Scott, the Director of Policy and Governance.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, so at each board meeting, we try to spotlight one of the college departments so that the board can get to know the team member and hear about what goes on a day-to-day basis in that department. So on deck today from the department spotlight today is Director of Policy and Governance, Sarah Scott. So Sarah, I'll turn it over to you to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what you do in your department.
Thanks, Fazelle. I'm just going to share some slides quickly, if that's okay. Maybe. So I hope everyone can see that.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, great. All right. So hello, everyone. For those of you that I haven't had a chance to meet yet, my name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Director of Policy and Governance at the college. I've been at the college for coming up to a year now, as I started in December of 2023, and I came to the college from the General Dental Council in the UK, where I was the governance manager. And the General Dental Council is the UK regulator for dental professionals, and the primary purpose of the council is to protect patient safety and maintain public confidence in the dental professions. So it's very similar to the work of the college. As part of my role at the college, I'm responsible for supporting the work of 3 of the college committees. And so that's the Patient Relations Committee, the Governance Committee, and the Screening Committee. My role in supporting those committees include tasks such as developing agendas, providing resource materials, conducting research, and preparing reports for presentation to the committee. Also attending pre-meetings with the chair and vice chair, and preparing meeting minutes, along with various other tasks. So I'm going to run through each of the 3 committees that I support and touch on some of their recent work. So the Patient Relations Committee is a statutory committee, which means that it's required under the Regulated Health Professions Act. And the committee is responsible for advising the board with respect to the patient relations programme. And the college is required to have a patient relations programme as per the Regulated Health Professions Act. And this must include measures for preventing and dealing with the sexual abuse of patients. The committee is also responsible for administering the mandatory funding for therapy and counselling for patients who have made allegations of sexual abuse by a registrant. And the committee is also responsible for developing and engaging in other activities as assigned by the board to enhance the relations between registrants and patients. So looking at some of the most recent work of the committee recently reviewed and approved proposed amendments to the jurisprudence test questions for chapters 1 to 3. I'm just going to run through those chapters quickly. Chapter 1 relates to professional boundaries and sexual abuse prevention. And the purpose of this is to assist registrants in understanding the concepts of professional boundaries and their importance. Chapter 2 is in place to assist registrants in understanding the importance of record keeping, confidentiality, and privacy. And then chapter 3, the purpose of this is to assist registrants in understanding the various methods of effective communication and their importance. And so the test question amendments, those have been made in consultation with a psychometrician, and the amendments were made to align with best practice for constructing effective multiple choice questions, and that was to provide a better QA resource to objectively measure a registrant's knowledge and understanding of the chapters. The jurisprudence tool has been developed by the college as an educational resource for registered opticians to help registrants acquire knowledge about the laws, standards, and guidelines that affect opticianry in Ontario. The committee is also due to meet again this year to review some key policies, and that includes sexual abuse prevention guidelines, sexual harassment prevention guidelines, and policies relating to the funding for therapy and counselling. Then moving on to the Governance Committee. The Governance Committee is a non-statutory committee, and as you know, the committee is responsible for maintenance of the governance manual, and it regularly reviews the policies in the manual according to the review schedule. These are the board governance policy review and updates presented quarterly to the board by Elliot, the committee's chair, as you would have heard earlier today. And it's also responsible for reviewing governance processes and making recommendations for reforms to the board of directors. So in keeping with the college's strategic plan, the college continues to progress with governance reform, with the governance committee working to further the board's goal of demonstrating regulatory leadership through governance excellence. And just to run through some of the governance initiatives that have taken place at the college recently, in March 2022, the board approved the establishment of a new standalone screening committee composed of public appointed members. And this is in place to carry out pre-election and pre-appointment screening interviews. In December 2022, the board adopted revisions to the committee composition requirements to reduce the overlap between the board and committees. And the purpose of this was to promote integrity, fairness, transparency, and accountability. And then in October 2023, the board amended the process for electing members to the executive committee. And this aligned voting eligibility with board membership for the year in question. And that was to make it fairer and more transparent. And you'll also be aware that this year, the committee brought recommendations to the board concerning the eligibility of inactive members to be elected, vote, or be appointed, as we discussed earlier in the day. And it continues to discuss proposals around electoral reform. Finally, turning to the screening committee. Like the governance committee, the screening committee is a non-statutory committee. And I've already mentioned that the screening committee was established in March 2022. And that was established as a new standalone committee to carry out pre-election and pre-appointment interviews. As mentioned, the committee is composed of public appointed members, and this is to keep the screening process at arm's length from both the profession and the board to the greatest extent possible. And the responsibility of the committee is to ensure that candidates for election to the board or appointment as appointed committee members demonstrate the competencies as established by the board. So they basically determine whether candidates for election meet the pre-election competencies, and they make recommendations to the board on the appointment of appointed committee members. The committee keeps the screening process at arm's length from both the profession and the board, and this helps to promote greater objectivity, fairness, transparency, and accountability. And finally, the other areas of my role that I haven't covered include tasks such as maintaining the policy governance manual, supporting board members in preparing their quarterly board monitoring reports, managing the annual board and committee self-evaluations, and developing the board action plan in line with the key themes identified from the evaluation results, conducting research, developing policies, and managing projects relating to policy development, and also undertaking stakeholder consultations and engaging in environmental monitoring to assist the college in identifying key issues and developments. So that was a really quick overview of my role at the college. Thank you all for your time, and do let me know if you have any questions.
So we've got Kevin.
Thanks, Vidal. Thanks, Sarah, for the presentation. Now that you've been in your role for about a year, is it possible to give us an overview if there's many differences in the self-governance in Canada as opposed to the UK?
No, I wouldn't say that there was like incredible differences between the two. I'd say no, I feel like they're very similar. They're very similar. Some of the ways that we did things were a bit different. Like at the start of the meeting, there'd be like a conflicts of interest check, and there was quite a lot of emphasis on that. But obviously, that's covered at the college as well. So I feel like there's different ways of doing things, but they both kind of operate in the same way.
Okay. One more question. Without going into specifics, are there any improvements that you can foresee us implementing here that maybe they were doing over there, or? Again, without going into specifics, just generally.
Yeah, I guess the way that the committee's work was monitored, was slightly different. Like we had I know we had the board action plans, but then we went into kind of detail in terms of committee action points. So I don't know if that's something that we could implement at the college as well, or whether that's getting too granular. But I felt like there was a different way of tracking committee actions over at the General Dental Council.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya.
Mine is more just a comment. I had the pleasure of getting to work with Sarah on this, the monitoring report I just did. And I am astounded that you've only been with us for a year, because I think your knowledge of our policies was excellent. And I was just so grateful for your help with that. So keep up the great work, Sarah.
Oh, thank you, Tanya. That's really appreciated.
Thank you. And Omar.
Yeah, wonderful presentation thus far. In regards to the earlier points you made there regarding the October 2023, referring to the executive committees, in reference to the DEI, what type of research and what method of measurements are being used or have been used or will continue to be used to make sure and ensure that everyone feels an authentic sense of belonging to this board to the executive?
I'm gonna defer to Amy on this because I'm not too sure how to answer that because I wasn't around at the time that that process was put in place. But yes, I'm gonna defer to Amy. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question, Omar. I think it's something that is really perhaps not specific to Sarah's department, and that's going to be something as we go into another strategic planning year unbelievably soon. That's going to be the forefront of the board's mind as we, go through the environmental scan and see how we're going to keep evolving and integrating diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout sort of every aspect of the board's strategic initiatives. So that certainly includes, the governance initiatives that have sought to find sort of the best way to be inclusive at, the board level, at the committee level, but also, throughout all three pillars of our strategic plan and making sure that, policy work at every committee and in every department has these principles built in. So, I think it's certainly part of the current strategic plan, and it's going to continue, hopefully, at the board's direction to be worked through the next one as well.
Because, in light of DEI, there are many times when we experience situation of being of experiencing unconscious bias, and as such, it becomes very, very complex to understand and to see the value of DEI, especially when perhaps there's not a true reflection of it, on certain committees. On the board level, of course, there's no doubt, but by extension to other committees, you have to search. You have to search for those elements of DEI, whether it's truly represented or not.
Omar, I'm gonna let Fazal respond to your comment.
Omar, I was just going to say, like, it's a very good point, and unconscious bias is such a subtle thing. And so this is where I think it's really timely that tomorrow we're actually hearing from Nafisa Jalal, who's going to be going over DEI and bias, unconscious bias, microaggressions, things like that. So I think it's well placed, and I think we'll probably hear more about this tomorrow in our training session.
Okay, thank you.
Grzina?
Yes, Sarah, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It's nice to hear that you came from UK, and this was General Medical Council, right?
Sorry,
Medical.
could you please?
You came from GMC, General Medical Council in London.
The General Dental Council.
General what?
Dental Council.
Okay, but General Medical Council deals with physicians, right?
I'm not too sure about the General Medical.
Yeah, I belong to this, so I know. And
okay.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering how, because these are different groups of people, right? Physicians, opticians. So how does this work? You said that this is transferable to this ground, but dealing with other groups, so the system of this organization, I assume that it's the same, regardless of the kind of groups we are dealing with.
You know what, Grzina, I'm gonna stop you, and Sarah, sorry to cut you off, just in the interest of time. I think we'd like to keep to questions specific to Sarah's department at this point. So anything else, there might be other opportunities to dive into these issues. Is that all right?
Okay, we can leave this chat.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, any additional questions specific to the department for Sarah? Okay, thank you all, and thank you very much, Sarah. I will now ask Fazal to present the registrar's report.
Thanks, Sarah. Well done. Okay, so I will make it fairly brief. The registrar's report does have a lot of content that was covered in the strategic planning monitoring report. So I'll just kind of highlight a few things. July 1st was actually a very busy moment where we had not only the registration regulation launch, but the professional misconduct regulation, which was also in the hopper for many, many years. And so we spent a lot of time this summer. Summer has been extremely busy at the college. So with the launch of these two new regulations, we've been doing a lot of policy work to support those new regs, as well as working on dissemination of that to the registrants, including creating brand new PowerPoint presentations to deliver to the registrant base around these changes. So we've actually had a chance to deliver some of that content in Sudbury, and then this past weekend in Ottawa, we were there and we talked about both new regulations. So you'll be seeing a lot more of that in our social media feeds and things like that. We still have one regulation, I believe, in front of the government, which is to get an exemption for spousal treatment. So we are waiting for that. More than likely, this will probably be done by the government in a sort of a batch process with other regulators. I think 4 or 5 regulators received that a few years ago, and I think we'd probably be in a similar situation where there's a couple of us on deck with requests for exemptions. So we're keeping an eye on that, and our government relations company council is working with us on that. New Ministry of Health reporting requirements. So there are several reports that are required from our organization throughout the year, including information about data that's collected at the year end, something called the HPDB, which is a rather complex reporting report. We also have a report to the Office of the Fairness Commissioner, and then we also have a third report called the CPMF, the College Performance Measurements Framework. So there's a lot of complex reports that are due. There is now introduced, as of the summer, another quarterly reporting requirement from the registration department. And it's basically asking for statistics around timelines around submitted applications, the number of registrations issued, average days of processing for submitted applications, the number of applications that have been denied, and applications that are pending decisions. So while not completely onerous, it is probably still going to be time consuming from day-to-day departmental issues. And we are again looking to see if we can automate some of those queries to make things a bit more efficient. Moving on to staffing, I had mentioned that we've got Ms. Blessing Adebimpe, who's joined the team, who's going to be providing maternity leave for Ms. Fiza Assad. Ms. Raj Bhatti is returned from her leave, and Ms. Emma Brooks is on leave till about October. As we approached our 2025 strategic planning session, which Amy said is once upon bearing down upon us, we are once again going to be bringing on a research student to assist in things like environmental scanning and research. You'll see external relations wise, we have a number of things. Fall is very busy for the college. It starts off in June, where we had the opportunity to hitch our wagon to the Ontario Opticians Association as they go on a roadshow, and we attended a trade show in Sudbury and gave a talk. In August, we went to a session, a healthcare fair for low-income seniors in the Durham region. September last weekend, we were in Ottawa at the OOA event. And in October first weekend, we're going to have a team of us out in London at the OOA trade show there. And we have national meetings coming up. We have another trade show in Toronto, as well as a student night, all happening this fall. So it's never a dull moment. You'll see that we've added a few photos in our report just to kind of show you where we've been. And let's see, aside from that, anything else exciting? It was, we've learned something from each of these events, whether it be Sudbury or the low-income seniors healthcare fair. It's given us an opportunity to actually interact with the public. The neat thing about the Sudbury event was it was actually held at a venue called Science North, which is sort of like the Toronto Science Center. So at our booth, we had people from the public walking by. So it was a great opportunity to attend, and we thought, okay, let's try to leverage more of these, and we created some public-facing content for more of these interactions. Moving on to things that are collaborative, as we had reported out in the other monitoring report, we've been working with the College of Optometrists on an engagement with the Indigenous community. We have a preliminary report from Council on sort of the findings or themes. So we're sort of digesting that, and we're hoping to generate some practice advice content for our registrants in engaging in a culturally safe and approach to the delivery of healthcare. So this is a project for 2025, which we'll probably be working with optometry on. The other thing is also, hopefully, we're going to collaborate and do some cost sharing on developing standards of practice for both professions around, culturally safe care. And then finally, as far as space sharing goes, I'd given some updates about that. We'd spent a lot of time this summer getting the office in order, moving excess files out of the office, installing things like lockers, updating our workspaces so that they're more turning into, instead of personal workspaces, we're converting them to hoteling stations. So for instance, my office, Amy's office, all the different offices will be converted to shared space where the registrar and deputy registrar from the other college will use our offices. So there's a lot of work going on in the background. So it's been a busy summer, but I think a very productive one. So if anyone's got any questions, happy to take them.
Kevin.
Yeah, Faisal, if you can just speak about those reports, I guess quarterly reports from the departments that need to be filed.
Yeah, it's from the registration department.
Yeah, is it possible that the software that the office uses, that the information can be extracted so there's not too much labor time involved, or is that not possible whatsoever?
No, we're definitely investigating sort of doing automated queries. So the information does exist in the database, but what we're hoping to do is some sort of automated processes that pull that exact information to try to improve the time in the background gathering it. Because it is going to be quarterly and on a ongoing basis. So definitely that's worth spending the money on database development for something like that.
Definitely. I know the staff is busy already doing stuff, so I hate to see more stuff added to their plate. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Grishina.
Well, a number of initiatives, very good initiatives, Fazal. I'm really impressed. And especially one which I like is developing standards with optometrists. So this is a very important initiative, and I think that was never done before, correct?
Correct.
Yes, so bravo, big bravo for this.
Actually, you know what, Grishina, I stand corrected. Back in 2019, we did work with the College of Optometrists on developing standards around remote care, remote delivery, to guide people when they're guide our respective registrants using the internet and other digital technology. So we do enjoy a good working relationship with them. And with the board's commitment to that in the strategic plan, I think we're going to continue fostering that type of a relationship.
All right, any additional questions for Faisal? Okay, I think we can move on to the rest of the reports.
Now, I'm not going to pull out any specific details from the reports, Karen. One thing that we have planned for today's board meeting is actually highlighting some of the work from the conduct department around unauthorized practice. So I'll leave it to the board, Derek, yourself, to draw out any questions from the specific committee reports, but I'm not going to highlight anything in particular at this moment.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody's had a chance to review all of the committee reports. Does anybody have any questions stemming from those at all? No, I am seeing none. Can I get a high five that we're ready to go to a motion to accept them all? All right, so let's go ahead and get that underway. I need somebody to make a motion to approve the committee reports and communications reports as presented. I see Alicia as my firster, and let's go with Stephen as my seconder. All in favor? Yeah, all in favor. That's unanimous. We're good to go.
Could I
Okay.
actually
What?
eat my words a little bit here for a second?
Huzzah.
Just there were some changes actually that happened at the policy level in quality assurance, which are reported in the report. But I thought maybe we should highlight for the board. So if I could take 2
Everybody
seconds,
fine coming back in time for 5 minutes so we can get some highlights?
maybe even 2 minutes.
All right.
So I think one of the biggest ones was around the renewal date. So the board in the spring had talked about extending the registration deadline to January 15th. And we had sort of held back on promoting that heavily until we talked to Quality Assurance about their deadline. Because while not tethered, for time in memoriam, the registrant base has always thought that their QA CE is required at the same time as their renewal, which it's not. It's it's independent and not contingent. But nonetheless, that thought process is there that everyone's doing their CE requirements, wrapping it up at the end of the year. So the question was, should we move the quality assurance deadline to align with registration deadline? So that was discussed at the committee. So that was one of the big ones where we moved towards aligning them. So there was a survey done. The quality assurance contemplated the pros and cons and different versions, but in the end decided aligning it would probably create less confusion, and from a public interest and also from an accessibility point of view, we had come to the conclusion that the end of the year is kind of a hardship for a lot of people with holiday schedules and things like that, getting their renewal done. And so the same thought process was applied to the quality assurance deadline. And people are often getting locked out of their accounts and trying to reset. There's a lot of statutory holidays with the staff being off. So extending it to January 15th made sense for the same reasons it made sense for the renewal deadline. As we were moving into the fall session and doing our updates to the registrant base, such as Ottawa, which was last weekend and things, we thought, let's get this moved because it's doable at the since it's policy level, it's doable at the committee level. We decided to expedite conversation on this point and get it out so that when we're promoting registration renewal, we can also promote quality assurance deadlines. So that was one of the bigger sort of changes. Peggy, I know you're sitting there in the background. Any other changes that you might want to flag?
I think the only other major change was self-directed hours. The caps have been removed from the self-directed hours, and the dispensing hours are no longer counted toward.
Right. So in the vein of we've all, for many years we talked about credits, so many eyeglass credits, so many contact lens credits, and then probably around 2015 or so we moved towards hours. And so we've always talked about hours of education, and so we require 16 hours, 4 hours of eyeglasses, 4 hours of contact lenses, 4 hours of professional growth, and 4 self-directed hours. However, we were still assigning credit value almost to things like supervising students or dispensing. If you work so many hours, you got a credit or 2 credits. So it was a bit in conflict, and it also wasn't serving our interest. We struggled to have student mentors, and there's not a lot of carrot in the game for our opticians. It's a lot of work to mentor students to get a return on investment of, say, 2 hours of CE recognition. So the committee contemplated it and removed the caps, and so you can count things hour for hour. Our program is in hours, things can be counted in hours. Safeguards are you can't bank a bunch of hours and carry them into another year. And at the same time, we only require 4 professional growth hours. So it's not like you're going to be able to fill your entire portfolio with mentoring students. So that cap was taken away to hopefully entice more people to pursue things like mentoring. And then the one thing that we have withdrawn on is the hour for dispensing. It was, I think, considered at the quality assurance, and I don't want to put words in Tanya and the committee's mouth, but it was thought that the spirit of continuing education was to further your education, and so day-to-day dispensing really didn't fit that bill. So the 1 hour for 1,000 hours of dispensing has been removed, but with the cap being removed as well, if you take a 40-hour course on refracting, fill all 4 hours of your continuing education bucket with it, or if you're mentoring a student, fill it all, that type of thing. So those are the major changes that we thought we should just highlight.
Thank you, Fazal. Robert, you're on mute.
Thank you, Derek. Is it inappropriate to ask a question about ICRC, or is it too late? Or I can address it later to the chair?
About
the committee report?
About the report. So historically,
I think it's okay to go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so we had some we've had some backlog for a while. Things were really far behind. And here there's some great reports, got little charts about UAP report. It's got some text about complaints. It says we've closed 14 in 2024. And 2 matters were open earlier this year, but it doesn't say how many we have and how long we're taking, because I know we were taking a year and a half to do a lot of them. Now there's mitigating circumstances all the time, but we were falling behind. How are we on timelines for complaints now? Is it back up to where we're comfortable with it?
So I see that my chair is not on the meeting, so I'll just quickly speak to that. At the last board meeting, we did report that
I'm sorry, I have no idea who's speaking. I can't see any.
It's Raj, the director.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Sorry, yeah. So our last board report, we were happy to share that our timeline has been cut in half, essentially. So we were looking at over 365 days. And now we were down to just over 180 or something days. So I don't have an updated number just yet. However, we are trending quite well. You can see that we've closed more matters this year so far than we did in the previous years.
But it doesn't say how many were open this year, so it makes it hard to.
Yeah, we're trending on par for this same as last year as well. So complaints wise, we have 16 current complaints, and we were at the same benchmark last year as well.
Okay, of the 16, we've closed 2 so far. Do I understand that correctly?
No. So in total, from the past year, open complaints as well, I believe, I don't have the number in front of me, I apologize, but I believe there's about in total between 48 and 56 total reports opened. This is both reports and complaints. And in the year so far, we have closed 14 matters. This is completely closed where the decisions have been sent out. There are about another 8 where they're just pending decisions.
So how many of those are from 2022 and how many are from 2023?
From 2023, we have about 10, and 2022, I believe there's about 5.
So people haven't been able to sleep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. I think we are ready to move on, but we will keep Raj in the hot seat. Raj and Maria are here to provide the board with an update on unauthorized practice. If you would like to deliver your presentation.
Thank you so much. Just give me 1 second here. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to speak to you all again. My name is Raj Badi, Director of Professional Conduct. We are here to update you on unauthorized practice, also known as UAP, which is Objective 1.2 of the Strategic Plan. As a recap, unauthorized practice looks into those persons who may be practicing opticianry without being registered with the college. Professional Conduct undertook revamping our UAP processes last year and launched our new strategies publicly to the board in September of 2023. Since last fall, the college has created and modified strategies and procedures to deal with unauthorized practice in an efficient and right touch manner. Every report sent to the college is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. As a team, we discuss the information provided to us and agree on a plan that is best suited for each file. Most of the reports start with us having a conversation with the manager and or optical store owner. This conversation involves sharing information that the college received, asking open-ended questions, and educating on registered opticians' duties and responsibilities. We also request information about who is responsible for dispensing at the location. We have found that starting a conversation has often been the key to receiving compliance. Since some cases are not as straightforward, we have implemented weekly team meetings with Fazal and Amy to discuss new and additional strategies. These meetings have assisted with formulating new ways to tackle cases that are a little more difficult and or delicate. As a whole, in 2023, we received 13 unauthorized practice reports since the implementation of the project and have closed all of them. Thus far in 2024, we have received 19 and have closed 14. One of the ongoing files will most likely result in a request for an injunction pending approval from the ICRC and executive committees. I will now pass you off to Maria Bigos, our investigator who has put in incredible work and oversight to all the UAP files. She will share some examples where we applied the right touch approach during our investigation of unauthorized practice.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Bigos, and as some of you know, I work as the investigator in the Professional Conduct Department here at the college. Let me begin by stating that it's through careful analysis, the opportunity to receive additional guidance from Fazal and Amy, maintaining a positive relationship with our partners, and choosing the right or appropriate course of action that have all contributed to our efforts to address UAP, yielding several successes. We refer to the following example as success stories because as a result of our efforts, we have been successful in persuading both larger and smaller corporation or optical stores to improve their internal processes and provide additional staff training in an effort to prevent UAP. Aside from obtaining injunctions, although we do have one on the way, as Raj mentioned, we believe that success needs to be measured by all the positive changes that the college has contributed to or produced as a result of doing its part to prevent UAP and increase public safety. Now, without further delay, it is my pleasure to present some examples of our success stories, or as we often refer to them as feel-good stories. The first example of a success story involves a reporter who is an optometrist. This reporter raised concerns about a document or slip that was given to their patient by a store that the reporter did not work at. The document in question resembled a contact lens prescription that displayed the reporter's name as being the provider of the document. However, the reporter advised that they did not issue this document. The reporter indicated that they never fitted this patient for contacts, assessed the lens on their patient's eyes, nor did they know the optical store in question or anyone that had worked there. Further, as no other names of optometrists or opticians were displayed on this document in question, the reporter believed that the information was deceptive and could hold her accountable if any issues emerged. So based on the above and our review of the document or slip in question, we decided it would be best to escalate this matter to Fazal, who then contacted the store's regional manager and explained the matter at hand. And shortly after, a letter was also emailed to upper management about this matter. It was through their response that we learned that the store in question was experiencing issues with their software, which was generating the concerning language on this document. Nonetheless, upper management swiftly resolved the matter by ordering the terminology and title of the document being produced to be changed and notified us shortly after. Upper management also consented to contacting the reporter in accordance with best practices to clarify the circumstances and errors, and to reassure them that their name was not being intentionally misused. Based on this above information and compliance from upper management, the college was convinced that there was no intention on part of the store in question to deceive the public, and our file was successfully closed. The college also subsequently spoke with the reporter, who said they were extremely satisfied with how quickly we addressed and resolved their concerns, and as such, we feel that the remedial action taken in this case was satisfactory and an example of the right touch approach. Now on to our next example. Our next example of a success story involves a reporter who is a registered optician. After an abusive patient insisted on receiving contact lenses without having a fitting done, the reporter who worked at the store in question voiced concerns about the actions of a supervisor who was not a registered optician. The reporter claimed that after the patient was told that a fitting needed to be done before receiving the contact lenses, they became aggressive and disruptive, which ultimately led to the involvement of the supervisor. The reporter claimed that after the supervisor made the patient sign a document stating that he was declining a fitting, he was given the lenses. The reporter noted that none of the store's opticians granted consent or authorization to this patient to receive the lenses. Therefore, the lenses were dispensed without the permission of any of the opticians on staff. Now, based on the level of risk in this above example and the apparent tension that may have existed between retail management and registered staff, we agreed that the right touch approach would involve escalating the matter to the store's upper management, again with Fazal's assistance. We can share that after several emails were exchanged with members of upper management at the location in question, the matter was promptly resolved. Support was received from upper management that led to reinforcement of boundaries and areas of authority of licensed staff who report to a floor manager or a supervisor. An involvement and cooperation received from upper management further resulted in company-wide modifications, such as introduction of new procedures and employee training at all of the company's locations across the country. The business further contacted the patient to request their return to be properly assessed. As such, we believe that this above example is an example of a very right touch and effective approach, and it ultimately led to another satisfactory resolution for all parties involved. Now we're on to our final example, which involves a reporter who was a patient or customer and wished to remain anonymous. In this case, the reporter said they visited an optical store and dealt with a student optician who was wearing a badge that did identify them as such. According to this reporter, the student adjusted and or fixed their lenses and possibly also fitted them for glasses. Additionally, the reporter advised that while the student adjusted his glasses, there did not seem to be a registered optician present to check them. Because of this, the reporter said that his ear began to hurt severely when they tried the glasses on. And further, the reporter said that based on their understanding, the student was supposed to be working under a registrant supervision. And as such, the reporter expressed their displeasure with the circumstances and their need to have to go back for another adjustment. Now, we decided that the best course of action in this case would be to first speak with the store manager or owner directly, inform them of the reported information, and request that they complete and return a compliance package, which requests information about the dispensary itself and asks that any and all unregistered staff or employees working at the store sign this compliance agreement. The college also spoke with the student optician in question, 3 registered opticians, the store's optometrist, who is also their acting manager, and other staff members, including an eye care consultant employed at the store. Subsequently, the college received information in writing regarding the persons responsible for dispensing at the store and details regarding their employees' job duties and restrictions. The college was also successful in obtaining details of various procedures and protocols or policies that were implemented by the store and its higher ups to stop and prevent illegal practice. These procedures included asking patients to schedule appointments to receive help with any opticianry tasks and or return to the store when an optician or optometrist was available to supervise and assist with this. Additional confirmation that employees understood their job responsibilities and limitations was also received from management via supporting documentation. Now, lastly, a conversation was held with the student optician regarding the dangers of unauthorized practice and how engaging in this could impact their eligibility for a college license. The student optician expressed their gratitude for the college's education on the subject. Management's prompt attention and action combined with information and documents provided while the protocols put in place to prevent unauthorized practice were deemed sufficient in this instance and led to successful closure of yet another file. Now, during each telephone conversation with the 3 registered opticians previously mentioned, the college was praised for our efforts in following up on information regarding UAP and doing our part to protect the public. We believe that this final example of a success story can also be attributed to selecting the right course of action to address the issue at hand. So now it is my hope that you all enjoyed hearing the success stories that I just shared with you here today. And as we continue in our efforts to tackle unauthorized practice, we hope to continue to elicit more meaningful change among other big organizations while persuading others who are riding the line to be more compliant. Thank you for your time, and I will once again pass you over to Raj.
Thank you, Maria. We heard you at the strategic planning sessions. Although our approach is a little bit different than what the board and the college have done in the past, these feel-good stories Maria just shared speak to a new climate that relies on voluntary compliance while utilizing our established relationships with our partners in the profession, which is in line with right touch regulation. We are spending more time on internal investigation rather than taking on the expense of costly injunctions. Therefore, our approach is yielding better results for the money we are investing and is more sustainable from a cost perspective. Injunctions are time-consuming and costly, whereas our methods show that we can maintain public protection and professional integrity in a much timelier and cost-effective manner without always having to invoke legal proceedings. Previously, there may have been a want and need for the college to metaphorically kick down the door and head to injunctions immediately. However, we are finding that there is a new reality of shared spaces between optical stores and optometry clinics, which has added a layer of investigation. These matters often are more time-consuming and may involve members of other health colleges and not our registrants directly. As such, we have collaborated with the College of Optometrists to ensure our expectation on supervision is in line with what is being shared with their members as well. Upon reviewing reports received, we filter through and identify which cases involve multi-practitioner environments. For example, management of a location may say the designated optometrist is taking responsibility for dispensing, but the optometrist may not be aware of this, nor be in accordance with their own college's standards. In cases where this is revealed, we pass the information along to the College of Optometrists. Simply put, we are seeing more sustainable results. Not every case we investigate requires high action, such as an injunction. Ensuring that optical stores are in compliance with the college ultimately means that both the profession and the public are being protected. We believe that this is a much more sustainable and effective for long-term resolution. We thank you for your time and invite any questions you may have.
Steve.
Yeah, I just want to commend the department on the approach that they're taking, because when you look at society as a whole, everything is looking as, rather than penalizing everyone to the maximum extent, is setting deterrence. And if you get compliance and deterrence, however, the easiest way possible is great. And the other the other factor is that rather than running to the courts all the time to try and get injunctions, it's when an individual comes to the civil courts to get an injunction who's not there all the time, your chances of being granted that injunction are really high on that basis. So kudos for the job that you're doing, and great approach.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. Peggy.
I just want to say thank you for that approach. Seems so awesome in terms of taking a first approach of educating so that they understand, and at least giving people a chance to go, I didn't know, I didn't realize, or somebody who's being heavy-handed in a supervisory role may not realize sort of the professional misconduct that if that's the right term, that they're asking their employee to undertake. So it's just really good to approach it that way. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Follow up, if we do receive multiple reports on the same store or individual, we are keeping tabs of that as well. And our approach will change if there are multiple reports.
Follow up on whether they learned or not.
That's the hope.
I have one other little question about structure. So this unauthorized practice is under your department, like ICRC is under your department, but it's separate from ICRC, so it doesn't come to the committee. You're managing it as staff?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any last questions for Raj or Maria? Okay, thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Before we break, I wanted to turn it over to Derek to close the loop on another previous discussion.
Yeah, so it has come to my attention that there was a missed document in the virtual boardroom, but it has been it's up now and they're prepared to speak to it. Amy, did you want to handle the conversation about this?
Sure. Thanks, Derek. We just noticed that one of the dashboards was actually missing from your materials, and that's the ICRC dashboard. I know there were some questions about some of those statistics earlier, and I think that's probably why. So I'm just going to share my screen, and it is up in the virtual boardroom now. So you will need to go and refresh your page to access it. It is there, but just to briefly take the board through it, because you wouldn't have had an opportunity to review it ahead of the meeting. So we do have some numbers for you all here on the trends in the department. So we've got 16 complaints received so far this year, 39 open, 14 that have been closed, and a further 6 that are awaiting decisions. So hopefully those will be done soon. On the reports front, we still have 17, and we are making progress with that, but the complaints have been the priority given the statutory timelines. And then there was a question just around processing time. So you'll see when we compare to 2022 matters to 2023 matters, the timelines are improving significantly. They're still not 100% where we'd like them to be, but we've been making some good progress with some of the resources and changes that we've made to the department to bring these timelines down, bearing in mind that there is a number of steps that we do need to take to ensure fairness to the parties that does make it so that these matters can't always resolve as quickly as some people would like. And that's to make sure that the investigation captures everything that's necessary and that parties are given a reasonable opportunity to review and respond in an efficient manner. So the going down, you've got some charts here on some of the trends in complaint themes. We generally see very similar themes throughout the year, so I won't go into that in any more detail for now. You can certainly take a closer look. Complaint disposition themes, as well as at the bottom, the total number of open matters. So I will pause there and turn it back over to you, Karen, in case anyone still has any questions about this.
Wonderful. Rob.
Yeah, just sorry, I'm looking for it in the virtual boardroom. Where is it?
So it's part of the committee reports, but you will need to refresh the virtual boardroom and try to access it again.
Okay, so this is good. I'm very, very happy. So the only thing that I'm missing here is average days to process a 2024 complaint.
We're still very early in the year, Rob. I believe
It is September, right?
Well, you say that, but if we talk about matters that were filed in 2024, I believe there's only 2 matters that have closed thus far. So I don't have the processing times at the tip of my fingers. I don't think we have Raj on the line with us anymore. So we're going to be reporting those trends when we have more data. It's hard to report trends without more than a couple of matters to report on. It's not really reflective yet of where the timelines are going.
And the matter could have come in August, so
yeah,
we have to look at
yeah. So I understand, but maybe average days to process a 22 complaint is 351. Average days so I'm just noticing it's got 2023 complaint. It doesn't say average. So it's the average time to solve or to close a complaint received in 2023, or correct, the average length of time it took to do all our complaints.
So these refer to, on this line here, are complaints that were received in 2022. So from whatever day they opened until whatever day they were closed. These are complaints received in 2023. And when we have a bit more data, we're going to start also reporting on complaints received in 2024.
Okay, but that process doesn't give us an idea how long it's taking us to close a complaint, because we could have closed 20 of them in 2023 from 2022, right? And they wouldn't be on there.
Yeah, so no, these are on here. So 2023, like for example, a 2022 complaint, it's not whether it closed in 2022. It's whether it started in 2022, and because it took 351 days, chances are most of those matters closed in the following calendar year. It's from the, So it's carrying them through until they're finally disposed of.
Okay, but we still have 5 from 2022. So that 351 should be going up every day, and it's not. That's the same thing that we got a year and a half ago.
I don't have Raj here to give all of that information, but this is the numbers that were calculated as of a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, but it doesn't tell us. Okay. It doesn't tell us our average, our processing times. If they're not completed, that 351, the 351 is the same thing we were given a year and a half ago. And there's a disconnect somewhere. Sorry.
I can only relay the information that I have for now, Rob. We'll certainly look and see if there's any more information we can get you on that. As far as I'm aware, if there are 2022 matters that are still open, you're right, that number will eventually change.
Yeah, Raj did say there was 5 and there was 10 from 2023. So those numbers, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy.
One of the things that concerns me the most about this is after we've come to a conclusion at ICRC, how long it is taking for it to turn into a report, or not a report, but what if the write-up of the decision, and then if there's written advice or whatever, how long it takes to come back to us to approve it. And that's adding this whole turnaround time between open and close. And for all of us, probably the sooner it would come back to us, the fresher it is in our minds in terms of what we actually discussed in that meeting and the conclusions we came to. Plus, just the whole business of closing it for all the parties involved that are or are not losing sleep over how that's going to shake down.
Yeah, Peggy, that's something that the department is definitely aware of and are working on shortening those timelines.
And I know the other stuff drags on, and sometimes I have to sort of step back and go, okay, you ask for something from somebody and you give them 2 weeks, and then it takes them 2 weeks, and you send it to the next person and it takes them 2 weeks. And from that point of view, I can see how the timelines start to add up if it's back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But that's sort of the way it is to do the due diligence.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in for one other second. It's also, there's that challenge also of we want to process files that come in quickly and get them to panel, but then the decisions that come off of panel, we want the decisions written quickly. So then after that meeting, it's, do I transact preparing the next file, or do I jump on the DNR? And so without a dedicated one-person decision writer, they're multitasking new files along with closing old files.
And I would like just to say, it's Raj again, that, you know, with the addition of the extra person in our department now, we are tackling these timelines a lot better. And decision and reasons is something that is being expedited with this additional person. So we hear you loud and clear. Hopefully next year we can present some better looking numbers.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands. So I believe we are now at our point of ending the public board meeting. Thank you all for being here. We will say goodbye to everyone